Well, good evening everybody. We're back in Friday Night 9 Ball. This tournament was full an hour and 20 minutes ago. So we've got 16 in. Whether they're all going to turn up, I don't know. But we have about 4 minutes or so before we're due to go. Let's have a quick look and see who's in. Probably the usual suspects. Bankster, Bedhead, well, he missed out last week, so he made sure he got signed up this week. Chase one around, Columbus, DJ Redo, Dom, John Boo, Christian, One Pocket Slim signed up last night. Stubbs in this week, and he missed out last week. Snakes is in, SD92, Shooters Pool Pro, Spectre Dawn, Wanwa, and Zwiley, or Sylvia. So those are the names that are in. As I say, they might not all necessarily turn up, which means it's a bit annoying for people who couldn't get in. Well, Slim is awake, so he's there. Let's go in and have a quick look and see what's happening in this ladder match. What is it anyway? 9 ball, is it? Let's check my little doodles working. Well, let me have a good rant first of all before we start. BT were supposed to be here yesterday to upgrade my fibre internet, and got an email the night before saying the engineer was coming, and he was supposed to come between 8 and 1 yesterday, and there was no show at 1 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock I spent half an hour on the phone getting through to BT, and the girl there said, he's not coming, he's had a problem with a previous job, and we'll make a note of it and somebody will get in touch with you. I got an email tonight saying they'll get in touch with me to arrange another time, and that's it. So anyway, I've got the new BT Hub 2 installed. It's a doddle straight out of the box. Didn't even take the power supply out of the box, just plugged the old power supply into it and everything's working. Plugged the Ethernet cables in, all working fine. So we're about a minute away, and the bracket should be up. There are 19 spots left in the Virtual 9 Ball World Championship. There's been 19 spots for the last 2 or 3 days. There'll probably be some latecomers. Yeah, the BT Hub 2, yeah. It's taller than the old hub that I've got. But the only difference is that the old hub that I've got had 1 giga. What is it you call it? One of the Ethernet ports is the faster one, and there was 3 normal ones. Well, this one's got 4 of the big ones on it, or whatever the hell you call them. So I'm just waiting, and I'm just boosting up my my feed, because that's basically what they need to do. I think he needs to put a new box in or something. Yeah, well, the Smart Hub 2, yeah, that's exactly the one I've got. The one that lights up in the blue circle. That's the one I've got. It come through the... Well, it was supposed to land on Monday, Tuesday, but it turned up on the Monday when I wasn't in. And that's a carry-on. Had to go down to the GPO to try and collect it, and they were shut at 12 o'clock. Right, so anyway, that's me moaning. It's after 7 o'clock. The brackets should be up. Event is active. Let's have a look and see what we've got. We've got Stubb scheduled to play Wanwa, Zwiley to play Bedhead, DJ Redo Snakes, Slim against Dom. I suspect there's a couple of these players not going to show. Columbus against Spectre Dawn, Bankster SD92, Christian against Chase One Around, and John Boo against Shooters Pool Pro. So the match to watch would be the Stubb Wanwa match. Now the question is as both of those players here. Well, Stubb was here earlier, and I can't see whether. I think Stubb is in the room on his own, and I don't think that. I don't think Juan was here. No. He's not shown in away mode, and I don't see him in the list, and I can't see him for the chat. Anyway. Yeah, but do I not need a new box, Simon? See, when you go onto the BT website, good evening, Bill. When you go onto the BT website, it shows you a new sort of box. I mean, the cable I've got runs from my phone line up to the bedroom, which gives me, I'm on 75 meg at the moment. So I don't know whether they'll need to change that cable, but to me they only have to change the box down where my phone is. I've got a modem stuck to the wall here as well, remember. So I've got a cable goes from my router to the modem in the wall, and then the line goes out of there down the stair to the phone socket. And then it runs around the door and goes to the connection that goes outside to the phone box, to the fibre box out in the street. But anyway, whenever that's going to happen, I don't know. So at the moment I'm running, I'm now paying for the faster speed, but I'm not getting it because I haven't been out and bloody sorted the thing. Anyway, I suspect, well, it looks as if there's two in the room now. Let's get in, and I probably have to change the colour of the cloth. Right, so player 2 is getting a 7 ball. Let's have a wee change of that. Put it to blue. Do you have a fibre box as in a separate phone and broadband socket? No, I'm not using any splitters. I remember when the guy from BT fitted this in the first time, he took all the filters and all that and said you don't need anything like this now. Filters, splitters or anything. All I've got, as I say, is the new hub, my old modem with the 4 lights on the wall where the cable runs into it, and then the extension cable comes out of that, goes down the stair, around my phone line, over the door, and then out to the street. So that's where this extension cable runs to, around the door and out to the socket that takes it out into the street and connects it to the box. Well, you don't think anything needs to change? Well, according to the picture that it shows you in the BT website, when it tells you what they actually do and what they fit, it looks like a different box to me. Maybe it's just a technical specification that's different. I should be getting double what I'm getting at the moment, because don't forget, my street now is set up for Virgin Media. Could have went to them, and they guarantee faster speeds than BT. So, but again, I got BT to negotiate on their deals, shall we say. So anyway, player 2 is Wanwa or Fan. I don't know what you guys would prefer. When I see Wanwa, then I tend to want to pronounce it Wanwa than Fan. And then of course Real Poland Power is Stubb. So we're in a race to 7. Well, no, I'll be getting it's what do you call it? What do you call the bloody thing? It's the Halo 2 thing that I'm signed up to now. So I should be getting like 100 to 150 or whatever it is. Anyway, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, what I've got just now is fine. Whether I get more or less or anything, it doesn't matter for all I use it for. It's still the only difference it makes is just downloading stuff. That's really the only difference it makes. Standard broadband is fine for watching, you know, what do you call it, iPlayer and stuff like that, and YouTube. Makes no difference. I've only got the one thing running in the house. There's nobody else sharing anything off me, so my connection's good enough as it is. Well, there's the thing that you can't do. You can't go missing chances like that. And when you think about it, one only had the 6 ball and the 7 ball to get to be off and running, and he's blown a chance here straight away. Can't do that against Stubb. I hope I'm coming through loud and clear, guys. I looked at that on Argos. I was checking the prices. That Razer Kaio Pro webcam's now come down 20 quid. Down to 179. So that's going to be in the pipeline. Thing is, if I'd bought it yesterday, it'd be another week to collect it down at Argos. Mind you, that's where I collected my headphones anyway. So that's the next thing I'm going to be getting. And it's been, well, how long's that now since I've had a cigarette? Is that 10 days or more? It definitely is. Not had anything. I've still got 3 lighters sitting here doing nothing. So Stubb wins the first rack, and it shouldn't have been the case. You cannot afford to waste opportunities. That's rough. Well, that's roughly what it was, but that is when I'm in the house and not working. When I'm working, it's like in the morning. It's 1 when I get up, 1 after I've had my breakfast, 1 in the car when I'm sitting in the car park waiting to go into work, 1 on my break in the morning, 1 in the car coming home. So that's what it always was until, you know, once I get home, then I get my dinner, then I'll have another one, and however many it is to go to my bed. But on days off, it was a lot worse. But, you know, that's it. So 5 to 7 when you work. Aye, probably. That's how many it would have been. It would have been about that. The fact that I was actually busy at work meant I smoked less. Any time I had my day off or I was off for a week, you know, on holiday or whatever, then I'd be smoking a lot more. I mean, it's like having a bag of sweets, you know, when they're there in front of you, you can't help but just help yourself to another one. But that's it, stopped. That is it, gone. Well, here's one with chance this time. Well, it is. I keep forgetting he's got the bloody 7 ball. I've forgotten straight away. I've done it already. So we're 1 rack all. And it looks like another. That's the other thing about the virtual 9-ball world championship. It's not rack money or anything like that. It's just the same. It's just a standard 9-ball rack. Unlike in this tournament, which is rack money. So remember, rack money means that the triangles like that in a normal rack, like that, and the 9 balls in there, but the difference is that the 9 ball spot's there and the rack goes like that further up the table. So it's just a normal rack in the 9-ball world championships when it comes around. Yeah, I've managed to. It wasn't the headset that was a problem, it was the settings in Windows. I messed about with Windows audio settings. I mean, it took me a while because I haven't got the patience to sit down for that long and do it, but I definitely have got it fixed as best as it's ever going to be now. Now again, one way here, he's got to come around the other side of this 4 ball and leave it into the same pocket as the 3, because if he can do that, he can get as straight as he can on this 5-6 combo, because that's what he's going to need. Well, he's gone inside to play it on the right side. That still the problem with this shot is he's got the angle to run up the table off this 4 ball. Now whether he wants to check it off the top rail, he wants to get as straight as he can on this 5 ball to make this 6 ball a cinch that it's going to go in. And that is pretty good. Couldn't have played it much better. And remember, the problem now is where this 5 ball is going to end up. It's going to come off the rail and out into the middle of the table. Is he going to have a shot on it? Because that's what it's going to scupper his chances of winning this 3rd rack here. And I was right enough. I presume DJ Redo never turned up. Snakes is already through. The 5 ball stayed in play. And it should be fairly straightforward to drop up onto that 7. Well, again, he's putting loads of spin on it and not focusing enough on the actual pot. I mean, he had all the room in the world to get on that 7 ball, and it's another rack that's down the pan when he should have been 3-0 up. Careless misses, cannot afford them. As far as I was concerned, that was on the scoreboard, that rack. He's got a whole width of table to get on the 7. Even if the cue ball finished where the 8 ball was on the right hand side, he still had a cut in the 7. And he's gifted Stubb another get out here. You just cannot make stupid mistakes. And I'll tell you, he's made 2 glaring misses when he shouldn't be doing it, taking his eye off the ball, and it should have been 3-0, and he'll probably pay for that by the end of this match. Well, position was always going to be there from anywhere on the right hand side of the table. He put far too much spin on it and not enough focus in the actual pot. And as it is, Stubb now leading 2 racks to 1. It's all very well you're getting a handicap, but it's the same for anybody who's getting a handicap. The handicap's only good provided you're good enough to use it and play sensibly and get things done. But that's 2 really careless, sloppy misses, and Stubb now looking good if he can get good in the 7 to be 3-1 up. See, with this shot here, all you do is pot the 7. The cue balls, if you hit it enough with enough pace, the cue ball's got to end up in the top of the table near the 8 ball. Such as the potting angle coming off the 7, there's very little you need to do with the cue ball other than just make sure you get the right pace. You don't need to put loads of spin on this, you just use the angle that you have for the pot. Cue ball does the rest. And for anybody who doesn't know, Shooter's Pool has been up and running for 2 days now. I got my email through. Seemingly they've been having problems with people not being able to load the game, so they sent an email through to me telling me, mind you, I didn't have any problems getting into the game when I checked them out, but seemingly there's been problems with people not being able to load the game, and you have to delete a file out the app data for Shooter's Pool to fix the issue. But I checked last night, they had 108 people in the lobby, while we had like the usual 50. And there was 58 game rooms up last night when I checked as well. Yeah, delete something cache, aye. So Stubb leads by 3 racks to 1. We're getting the 7 ball. And again, he's Got a good cut in the one ball. Going to have another good cut in the two. Extremely good cut. Now he just played that plain ball. I think he was trying to billiard the 9 there. But, well, to me that was a shot of desperation, to be honest with you. He should have went for the 2. He'd a much better chance of probably running that out. 20 rooms were bought, were they? Well, I was just going by the numbers it said at the top of the screen. I wasn't counting the rooms. Well, the only thing that kept that out was the pace. Stubb trying to get down to be able to play the combo. So, well, the combo's there now. Is staring Wanwa in the face. He cannot miss this. He just got to get high. And again, he's left that short. I mean, that cue ball should have been there at worst on that diamond for this combo. And that is like 7 or 8 inches short of where it should have been. And his chance may well have gone. Again, just sloppy and careless. It won't have another great opportunity to get a rack in the board. It could have been 4-0. It could have been 4-0. Another toughie. I don't know whether he can run into this 8 ball withdraw and then that'll hold him for the 6. Well, he's missed the 8 and he's going to be hooked. Is this going to be a lifeline? Well, you can do the arithmetic, pot man. There's 19 spots left, so that's 19 out of 64. There'll be what, 40 odd signed up then. Oh, that was a good shot. That was extremely tight. But the 6 ball's gone into the middle. Now, of course, Stubbs got the pressure on here because if he misses this 7, the chances are he's going to leave it pretty close to the pocket. And it'll be a gift for Wanwa. But in it goes. There'll still be a few more will sign up as it gets, you know, to the last couple of days. But again, most of them that sign up at that time are going to be the ones that forfeit as well. They only do it just because they want to be on a list with all the other names, and they don't. I don't think many of them have got that much of intention of playing. So it's 4-1 now to Stubb. And it's a long way back. And what went? We've lost the 5, the 4 ball, and the 8 ball have gone. Now this is a toughie, a tough one in the 1, and he also has to work the cue ball to get to the 2 and the top rail, and that's another good shot. Excellent, because he's actually top side of the 2, perfect little angle, just to stun and draw across for this 3. Well, he's just leaving it run up the table, but now I don't know whether he'd have been better getting closer to that. Well, he's trying to nudge the 5. He would have been better getting closer to that 3 ball. That way he would have better control to get good on the 5. He left it at distance. Goes for the reverse bank. Is he going to get helped out by the 6? He certainly is. And one was getting no favours from Stubb. And completely misses the 5 ball. And it's another gift for Stubb. Well, so far there's been no other results come through. This may well be the first result to come through. We'll ignore the forfeit one, because the pace that this match is going at, we may well be through quite quickly. So it's now 5-1. But since we had those chances early on and blew them, he's had nothing since. He had that, well, he would have had that opportunity there had he been able to see the 5. And meanwhile, Stubb has come up dry with a break. Plays the combo onto the 8, and he's now locked out on that 1 ball. Not a bad safety though. It's a shallow angle on the right side to get to the 1. He's got a big gap between the 4 and 6 to get to it, and a good chance of kicking it in. Oh, he's going to scratch. Now, is we're going to actually try and run this, because he can't play the combo onto the 7. And the other problem is he's going to have to get onto this 4 ball either in between the 4 and 5 or leave it as a combo. Now, if he was to finish there on the 3, he could draw back to here, but the other problem is this 6 ball isn't away from this side, but you want to get down there to play the combo, and he's inside the 3 and he's playing the draw. How's the pace? It looks good. That'll do. Now he's got to follow this through. Looks simple enough to me, but again, you've got to get high enough on this 6. Have to get high enough. You can't leave this short. Well, he's overcompensated this time. And again, well, you either let it run or you go with a bit of inside left. And again, he's just let it run and not lined himself up at all. And another chance is blown. He was never set properly to play that shot. He had to make his mind up to either play it with a bit of inside just to straighten the cue ball off the bottom rail, or let it run around the rails, and he did. In the end, he did neither. And he may well still have a second bite at the cherry here. Now, what does he try and do here to get on this 7? Does he want to take his medicine and try and play the combo, or is he going to try and draw in behind it along the rail? He's trying to draw in behind it. It was a tall order to get there. And this is a toughie. And again, he seems desperate to play the shot. Okay, he's flicked to 9, but he's not setting himself up. He's got no confidence whatsoever in actually getting himself set to play a shot here. And he's flicked to 9. And, well, from that break, about 4 balls have went in. One of them was a cue ball. The 9 ball went as well. And so Stubb, with a 5-2 lead, has ball in hand. And one was not going about this the right way at all. These last 2 or 3 shots, he just rushed them and took no time over them. And everything's wide open, so the problem shot is getting onto the 6 off that 5, and he's went and missed the 4, and he's going to get out of jail again here, Stubb. And again, this is careless from him as well, because he didn't get good on the 5. He's got, and again, once again, Wanma can't even get to hit the 4. Got to slow yourself down. I don't know what the hurry is. He just seems desperate to get this over with, good or bad. He doesn't seem to want to just take his time, set himself to play a shot. And that's the problem. Well, there is a result come through, and of course it's Spectre Dawn is racing through again, 7 racks to 2. Stop playing the combo to hold for the 6. I think he's not got there. He's actually blocked himself out. Is he going to? He's going for the cross bank here. Looks like it on this 6 into this corner, and he's only going to get one chance at it because it ain't going past the 8 ball. And he sent it to the jaw. And is he going to get away with it again? Not this time, because there's enough of that 6 ball to be able to pot it. And this cue ball may well run into the 8. Well, that's another chance gone. Oh, plenty of room in this right hand side. As long as he leaves himself the angle on the 8, well, he's running around the angles to get there, but it's just a different way of getting there. And now he has a choice, just roll through, get it into the middle or stun up like that to give him a 6-2 lead. And another result through Shooters Pool Pro, 7-1 against John Boot. I thought this would be the first match finish, but these other guys are at the races. So it is definitely a long way back now for Wanma. And what did we lose there? 4 ball has gone. I don't think he's got much of a shot in the 1. Well, he's scratched, and the table is absolutely wide open here with ball in hand. Wide open. Well, the simple shot would be to roll the 1 ball up the table past the 8 and roll through for the 2 into the middle. If he's going to leave it long into the top right hand corner, see if he has to get a good angle on this too. Well, he has got it, so he can roll across for the 3. So remember, he only has to get to the 7 ball. And now the problems start because he's gone too straight in this 3 ball. And I would be forcing this around with right hand English, punching it around the rail. The only thing now is he hampered by the 8? Yes, he is. And it's a similar problem here. He's too straight in this 5. Going to have to thump this in unless he kills it for a long 6 ball. And he's neither here nor there. And this is where it can go wrong. If he plays it in the middle, he could scratch past that 8 ball. Now, is he going to get a lifeline here? Well, he's fluked it. Can he take advantage? There's something wrong with your microphone. No, there isn't. And finally, one was took an opportunity. No, there's nothing wrong with the mic. The mic's fine. Yeah. Move on to Twitch if you've got a problem, or make sure that you've got the settings on YouTube right. I mean, sometimes YouTube or Twitch will default to a lower resolution and everything, and probably the audio is not as good either. But if it's Facebook, it's only 720 resolution on there. But you're on YouTube, from what I can see. Anyway, back to the match. Well, let's put it this way. You're the only person that's got problems with the sound. Nobody else has. So that tends to tell you the problems at your end. I wonder if one was going to have a blast at this. This might actually be a reasonably good billiard, this 7-ball. I think it's a pretty good billiard shot. I just got it too thin. Well, now where's this 2-ball going? Is he going to try and cheat the pocket? Doesn't look like it. He's going to try and hide the cue ball, and that's a good shot. I think there's still room to jump over that though. Angry sounds of his sound card. And there's another result through. Christian has beaten Chase one around 7-1. Meanwhile, one was looking to... Well, I don't know what he was looking to do, but he didn't do it. Whatever it was. I suppose the only awkward ball is the 5-ball. It might have been better to try and lock that 4-ball in amongst the 5 and 6 there, because all he's done is he's put the 4 in the open. The big question is whether Stubb can get good on this 4 that would allow him. Well, I don't think he can pot that 5. I need a lot of convincing that he can pot it. And presume he tried to get bottom side. But he can play a lock-up safety here. Just glue the cue ball to the 6. Again, he's not played that well because he's left far too much of a gap there for Wanwa to jump over. Well, I think this match is now over. Stubb with ball in hand. So, is it still, who the hell is it again? Is it Mooncake? Beppo Bepponi. Was he trying to tune into porn in a hotel or something and they ended up with Friday Night 9-ball? Is that what you guys are saying? Is that where he is? Or am I getting confused with the chat? Anyway, this match is over. Oh, Snakes it is. Of course, the other problem is Snakes is probably pissed to the Gunnels. Right, so there's a lot of results come through, including that one. And the match we're going to watch next, well, I'm afraid it's going to be Stubb again, because it's Stubb against Bedhead. And, well, Zwiley has forfeited the match, from what I can see, against Bedhead. And, well, the only other match that's just starting in round 2 is Christian and Shooters Pool Pro. So, we will get ready for the Stubb Bedhead match. And they're lagging off for the break. There's your top-down view for the night. And Bedhead has won the lag. And this is a scratch match, no handicap. And Bedhead, of course, I think about 6 o'clock last week, Bedhead tried to sign up for the tournament, but the sign-ups were full. So he made sure he got in this week. And that 2-ball goes past the 3. Now that cue ball had to go further up the table. It needed to be straighter on this. It needed to be where that first diamond is to be able to pot this 2 and hold for the 3. He's trying to drag off it to just kill the pace, and I don't think he'd have played it much better. And now if he goes inside the right here, he can go up past the 7 and the 6 and play that 4 into that corner pocket, but it keeps running. And Bedhead's pace isn't too bad. He's just a wee bit the wrong side of the 4. But he's got plenty of room to get up onto that 5. And I'll have a quick drink. Well, he's going to have to take a risk here. He's going to run into the 7, and is he going to punch it off the rail and out and still have a shot? He certainly is. And now it looks like run down onto that top rail and back out and just cut the 8 down the rail. Is he going to draw it across? Well, again, he's left himself way short on that Bedhead. He's got the favourite Bedhead cut, the first one of the night. He should have ran down to the rail. Well, I think you're the one that you're the one that's somewhere else. You're in Cloud Cuckoo Land by the sounds of it. I'm sitting in my usual chair on my usual PC in my usual bedroom. But anyway, Bedhead with his favourite Bedhead cut gets the 8 and gets the 9 and gets the first rack on the board. And a couple of balls in the break as well, but well, I don't know what he's done there. Oh no, he's played a push out, that's what he's done. Of course I'm not going to the bloody PC in the living room. Jesus Christ. I've got a television in the living room, not a PC. Well, is Stubb going to take the bait? Yes, he is. And that's the type of thing that you know, he's going to get found out playing shots like that. Anybody's going to get found out taking on shots like that. You have to wind it in. He had a good chance of a bank there in that one, but he went for the cut down the rail, and he may well lose the rack because of it. Who has their PC? We're talking about a fully... This PC is as big as Stubb. That's how big it is. And if I had something like that in the living room, I'd need a bloody step ladder to go over it every time. But that's a perfect example of where, I mean, let's be honest, Larry would have played the same thing as Stubb there. Larry's got the same, it's like an irresistible bait when they see a shot like that. Larry could not have resisted the cut either. He might have been more inclined to go for the bank, but yeah, I thought that. See, that's what I was thinking. He might have been, but he still would have went for the shot. But I would have went for the bank. I wouldn't have went for the cut. But there are times when you have to just hold it back now and again. Not that there was that much better of an opportunity of playing a half-decent safety shot there. The bank was always a good shot to go for. But as it is, Bedhead is looking good so far. And he should be 3-0 up. All he has to do is... Well, I think he's going to run up towards the 7 here. He doesn't want to hook himself. That's the worst thing he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want to do what he's just done. The commentator's eye called it again. He's going to jump himself out of this, but he had to make sure that he hit that hard enough that he was going to punch that 7 out the way. And he's gone and hooked himself behind it, having to bail out the jump stick. And he's got it done. And now it's going to be a 4-9 combo. Well, this is directly onto the 9 or off the rail. See, the 9's off the rail slightly here. Is he going to go for the rail and the 9 ball, or directly onto the 9? Directly onto the 9. Played it perfect. And it's 3-0. And the break this time though is dry. And now again Stubb has the very thin cut in the 1. And he should be on the 2, even if he runs into that 8 ball. He's played it, he's actually got it too thin. And Stubb's feeling the pressure, having to try and dig out shots. And look at the table. Bedhead, if he gets on this 2 ball and can get from that 2 to the 3, then I'm giving him this rack. Well, this time he's went with inside to make sure that he wasn't interfering with any of those balls that would block him off for that 2 ball. But this is the one that's going to decide it. If he can get good on the 3. And that's not really good, but it's probably as good as he could expect. And if you look at the 4, let's be honest, it doesn't go past the 7. It doesn't go past the 5, so he has to get up table, somewhere up table to give a sight on this 4. Well, he needs to keep running. Needs to get there. Now, is he going to check this a wee bit of left, just to check the rail and come out past the 7? Well, he actually overdid it there. He didn't need that amount on it, and that's why he missed the 4. I could see the amount of inside English he was putting in that cue ball. He did not need that amount, and that's why he's pushed it, and he's missed the 4, and it's a bailout here for Stubb. He didn't need as much of that on it. And there's a couple of results through it. Well, DJ Ridu, we know, hasn't shown up, so Dom has been advanced. And Bankster has beaten SD92 7-5. Meanwhile, Stubbs kicking in the 4. And again, he's going to have to try. Well, can he get a guide by that? Yes, he can get a guide by the 8. But it's a tall order to dig out shots like that all the time. And Stubbs not had one of these work for him at all. And it's another gift for Bedhead. There's a big difference now. You see the contrast in the matches there. Perfect example. That first match we won, he couldn't take his chances when he got them. And the difference with Stubb now is Stubb is forced into going for everything he can see, and he's not getting them. And when you're doing that against a player like Bedhead, you're just going to get ripped apart, because Bedhead isn't going to really make that many mistakes, other than something like this where he's left himself awkward in the 9. But most of the time he's going to take them. And it's now 4-0. And Stubb will be under even more pressure to try and go for things he shouldn't be going for. And this is where he's far too much one-dimensional when he's under pressure, trying to sort of use the old cliche of the best form of defence is attack. Well, that's not strictly true. Although this time he's played the safety. He's not got it tight to that 2 ball, and Bedhead's got a 1-9 combo. This'll be painful for Stubb if this goes in. You watch the chat once Bedhead plays this shot. I mean, it's nowhere near lined up, but he might as well have a blast at it, because you never know. Oh, that's going to be so. Oh dear, I've seen a bit of lag there. Well, Stubbs now going to try and draw into the 9 and bail out here, because that would have been really sore had Bedhead got that. He almost got it, and Stubbs off the mark, but he's got out of jail in that one. Oh, I bet you the air would have been blue had Bedhead jumped and made that combo. it wouldn't have been pleasant to read. But Stubbs got a ball in the break. He's got a shot in the 1, and now he has a 3-9 combo himself. But again, he could easily bury Bedhead behind that 9. That to me would be the shot to play, and take the risk that you're going to get another shot from it by playing it. But he's gone for it and he's got it. I would have chickened out and I went for the safety there. That's one occasion where it's worked by going for the combo, but he's already had like three or four shots where none of them have worked, which is why he's trailing 4-2. Now, break is dry, and what's Bedhead thinking here? Is he going for a cut? This is an awkward position for this 1 ball to be sitting in. Yeah, he's just trying to bank it as long as he can. Well, he's leaving himself open to a good safety here by Stubb. He's got plenty of balls to use for cover. And Bedhead, I think, can see the edge of that one, and he might be giving this a blast down the rail here. I don't know whether he can see enough of it. Maybe not. Not now that I get behind it and look at it. He can just maybe feather it and bring the cue ball across the table. He's playing it with side again. He's trying to cut it. Is it going to hold? Yes, it is. Cracking cut. You had to make the angle there to get it. But you always needed that bit of luck to have half a shot on this 2-ball. That looks a good pace if it runs into the 4. And what about the 4? Well, it's not going past the 6. It'll go past the 7. And, well, he's got too much angle in the 4, but is he going to try and squirt out past that 6 ball? Or is he trying to come back for the 5 into the middle? Looks like that. That's a good shot. Good stun. Perfect in the 5. But again, slight angle where he can just drop back behind the 6. Take it up past the 7. Well, I'd be drawn off this. Is he going to let this run? He's letting it run. See, the only danger with that is getting way too square, but he's okay. And I think Zwiley's went home to bed because she's forfeited to 1 what? So we've got two forfeits there in a row. Well, the one we knew about because DJ Redo was a no-show. Well, this is all about just judging the pace, letting the cue ball run, and having a good look at this where it is on the rail, and it's off the rail by half an inch, so plenty of room to cut this. Well, Stubb can't complain about the handicap because in the first match won when he didn't use it, and in the second match it's a scratch match. So he can't be blaming that. And Bedhead, a ball in the break, 7 balls gone. Is he going to be enticed into trying to have a go at this 1-9? Because really, he's got a much easier safety shot. Yeah, push it towards the 5. And that's excellent. I mean, it's not difficult to hit, and there's a chance it might go in, but that's the shot you play. And, oh, Stubb's going to fluke it. And what's more, he's landed in the 2. And the only lifeline here for Bedhead is the 5 and 8 are locked up. Although, it has to be said, if Stubb doesn't get good in this 4, he should be locking Bedhead up. And this is not an easy shot either, from this 3 to the 4. Needs to run, he's left it short. So now this is where he wants to play a good safety. I mean, he can go for the pot in the 4, but that's not going to get him anywhere, because he's going to be nowhere near this 5 ball. Yeah, he's trying to create miracles here, Stubb. Now he has to be careful that he gets past that 9 ball. You know what? Stubb could be in trouble here. A bit of inside right and just feather that 5. and run up past the 6. Go inside to the rail. He doesn't. It looks as if he's going the other way. I would have went up the right side. Well, that's brought the 5 into play, and Stubb won't be refusing the bank here, I don't think. He's got a double bank on if he wants it. If he misses it the first time, well, he's only played at pocket weight, so it's only going to go straight in. But that safety that Bedhead played there, I would have went the other way. I'd be more inclined to have cut that 6 and went this way to try and come down here and I can't remember what ball was there, but use that as cover. But Stubb needs the 8 and 9 to get back within 2. And that was what was wrong with that safety of Bedhead there. He brought the 5 into play. Now, whether that was intentional, I don't know, but it wasn't good from the point of view that he was always going to leave that bank on for Stubb. If he had played the shot I was thinking about, he would have only feathered the 5 ball, and it would have been stuck next to the, was it the 8? It would have been stuck next to it, and the cue ball would have been way up the table. It would have been a much safer shot than actually, well, playing the more aggressive shot, and that's what cost him the rack. So Stubb is back to within 2. Can see the edge of the 1. Can he avoid the 8 ball though? And he's using it as cover. And now this is where Stubb at the moment has got control, because obviously Bedhead can kick the 1. Doesn't know whether the 3 is going to stop it there. All depends on the pace he plays it at. And well, that will go right to the bottom rail, I think, almost. But once again, Stubb will be going for the cut. Now, he might be going 2 rails here, but he's got to hope to avoid the 6 ball on the right side rail if he's going to come out past the 5 to play the 4 past the 7. Because obviously it doesn't go into the middle unless he's going to land in a combo, but he's more than likely going to go 2 rails unless he's trying to draw off this 3. It looks as if he's playing a draw, in which case he's going to try and come down behind the 8 ball. Difficult to work out what he's trying to do here. Well, he just ran into the 4 and it's running in and worked out okay. Another result through. Shooters Pool Pro has beaten Christian 7-3. Do you have a Vindaloo every Friday night, Potman? God knows what your ass is like on a Saturday morning. Well, Stubb battling to get back within 1. I think he's a bit straight in this 5. Yeah, he's dead straight. And one lost side match, Chase won a round, has beaten John Boot, final rack decider. And meanwhile, Stubb. Now is he going to check this cue ball just so he comes off 2 rails rather than running to 3 rails? Aye. Well, as long as he's got himself high enough he can make the 9 easy. But this to get back within 1 rack. Oh my god, it started. It's that time, just after 8 o'clock. Ball in the break. How's his first shot? Well, again, look at where the 2 ball, well, sorry, not the 2, the 2's gone in the break, the 3 ball. And if he pots this 1, yeah, well, that's a very, very poor safety by Stubb because he get absolutely nothing in the cue ball to try and run it in behind the 7 and 8. He's blaming the mouse. He tried to stun that one up the table and spin the cue ball in behind the 7 and 8. And he hasn't got there at all. So, is Bedhead going to make him pay the price for that shot? It's going to be a toughie though. Well, he's hung up the 1. It's tough for anybody here because the 5 obviously doesn't go. The 8 ball's blocking that, so... and the other obvious thing is the 4 ball is nowhere near good either. Although the 4 ball does go past that 8 ball, but if you could get the cue ball sort of there, you could run the 4 and run into the 5 and hope you bring it into play, but it's asking a lot to get that good on the 4. But there is a chance off the 3 to do that. That 9 ball's in the way though. And he's trying to get as straight as he can, but he's actually too much inside the 4 now. Now there's a really crazy shot on here. It probably wouldn't work because of the 6, but if you bash the 4 in with loads of inside right, inside left, and try and kick the cue ball across and spin it in. I don't know whether there's enough angle to do it, but I think the 6 is in the way. You can really thump the 4 in and get that cue ball spinning. And yeah, he didn't get into it enough, and I don't think he had enough room to work with there, but that's the sort of shot I would have tried, to spin it with inside right. I don't know whether the angle was there either. It was difficult to judge. So now Stubb can play a good safety here. If he can just kick that 5 past the 8. And that's got Bedhead in trouble. And Stubb is in charge at the moment. And there's a strong chance of a scratch off that 5 if he... It's the only really way he can get to it is kicking it off the side rail. But if he hits that 5 half ball, he's going to scratch. He's maybe better trying to hit it 2 rails and maybe get lucky. That may be what he's trying here. 2 rails, side rail, end rail. How's his luck? Well, it's not there. And so Stubb has his chance to square the match. And it was looking bleak for Stubb, but he's managed to get himself back in it. And what a difference it would have been had that 1-9 combo of Bedheads gone in. It could have been a whole different story. The fact that it didn't, the match has actually turned really from it. And it also turned on the basis that Bedhead played well. There's a mistake from Stubb. Is Bedhead going to get himself out of jail here? Because that could be a sore one. Yeah, that safety that Bedhead played also, where he brought the 5 ball into play. That's another one that cost him a rack. But Stubb may well be returning the compliment here, because he's missed the 6. And it's given Bedhead his chance. Now he needs to go into the heart of the table here for this 8 ball. And Spectre Dawn, well, he's cruising again. We haven't seen him this week so far, but he's 7-0 there on his match against Bankster. And lots of results on the bracket, so the tournament's moving on. And meanwhile, Bedhead has delivered. Stubbs missed the 6. He's not happy, and Bedhead is on the hill and needing a ball and a shot, and he ain't got either. And what's more, if that 6 ball nudges a 1 out the way, or the cue ball out the way, sorry, it gives Stubb a chance. And Stubbs' immediate problem is the 3 ball stuck behind the 9. Well, he can only cut this to the rail. If he can get it, cut it to the rail, try and get it to there. Cue ball there, there, and down here for cover. Well, he's gone all out for the pot. A brave shot, but it's not doing him any good, because he can only see the edge of the 4. Again, is he going to play the safety, or is he going to go for the cross bank? He's gone all out for the cross bank. He's got it as well. And another result in the one loss side. Columbus wins 4-2 against SD92. And meanwhile, Stubbs going to run into the 7. Is that going to give him a shot in the 6 though? Well, he's left himself another toughie. Off the end rail, back up for the 7. Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going? Oh, well, he's breathed a sigh of relief there. So, Stubb is definitely battling away there. Took on a couple of difficult shots to keep the run going, and it gets him back to within 1. 6 ball thought about going, it has gone, and meanwhile the 4s went in, something else went in as well. We've lost the 4, the 6 and the 7, and he's got a narrow cut into the middle on the 1. He's on the 2, and we're going to go all the way. It's all about getting from the 8 onto the 9. It's going to be 5 ball rolled into the middle. He's just going to kill the cue ball. So this is the shot. Now, a good firm stunt. Well, he's spinning it around. He's pretty much got there. Maybe could have done with been up the table a wee bit more. But this to take us all the way. And Stubb with the break. And the final rack. And the 2 ball thought about it. It hasn't gone. But I'll tell you what it has done. I think it's just impeding that one ball, is it? Or Bedhead, can he get there to pot it? I think he can. I think he can just get enough around that too. Well, as long as he drops it in the middle, he's going to be on the 3. And he'll be on the 4 as well, top end of the table, or the bottom end. Well, maybe not now. He's going to have to maybe either leave this in the middle of the table for a Bedhead cut, or go across the table twice and avoid the 8 ball. No, he could squeeze it in. I thought he would have had to run up the table there with that one. Well, all Stubbs done is just broke dry, and these are the ones that hurt. When you break dry and your opponent ends up on the 1 ball and then runs out, there's nothing you can do about it. But it still has to be done. And now the cue ball is going to be running here. He's the wrong side of the 6, and this is where it can go wrong. He wants to get as good as he can on this 7. The question is whether he just wants to come past the 8 to leave the 7 long, or whether he wants to try and get right up the table. He's going to leave it long, and he's got past the 8, but now he's pretty much dead straight in this 7, and he doesn't want to be trying to pinch anything on this 7, because this will easily rattle and hang up. But I think he's trying to, well, if he draws well past the 8, he'll have it into the middle. Yep, that's a good shot, because that then gives him the opportunity just to roll it in. And if he wants to, he can roll straight through, run off the side rail onto the end rail, and a long 9 ball will do. Well, he's hit the point. He's okay though. And so Bedhead has gone through that dry break from Stubb, paid the ultimate price. Bedhead got in, ran the table, and he wins the match 7 racks to 6. So lots of results through. So we need a big catch up here. Let's have a look, see where we are. Well, we've got Bedhead about to go through, waiting to play the winner of Slim or Snakes, and Snakes is 5-3 up according to that. Spectre Dawn is 1-0 up against Shooters Pool Pro, and on the 1 loss side we've got is that Dom, who's playing Bankster. Bankster's 1-0 up. We've got Wanwa against Christian. One was 2-0 up, Christian getting 5 and out. So what we'll do is we'll jump in and we'll see the 1 pocket slim match. And Snakes is player 1 in the HUD. He's getting 6 and out, which is pretty generous. That is a tall order for 1 pocket slim. And 1 pocket slim hasn't been around playing VP4 for a while, so this is his first Friday night 9 ball for a long time. Of course, now with Slim given 6 and out, he's got to be ultra careful, because you basically, whoever gets this 3 ball is going to win the rack, you would think. Well, Snakes has played the deliberate foul to tie up the 3 and the 7. He's given ball in hand to Slim. There's nothing Slim can do. other than try and maybe skim off this 3 and get distance, but it's a big risk. Yeah, he's not prepared to leave it in open play. Oh, good evening, Bedhead. Let's have a look. Aye, of course you're waiting the winner of this match. Now the danger, there's big danger here with this 3 ball being near the 7, bearing in mind that Snake's got 6 and out. So I think Slim needs to sort of take a risk here and try and get distance from this 3 ball. But he doesn't want to leave the 3 top side of the 7 and leave the cue ball at the top end of the table, because that will give Snakes a chance to go for a combo. But at some point somebody's going to have to take a risk to try and hide this cue ball somewhere. Not that there's that many opportunities to hide it anywhere, if they're going to actually open up the game. But Slim can't afford to take that many risks. Now that's a good shot. That's a shot that a 1 pocket player would play. That's got the cue ball hidden. It's got the 3 ball locked up. And really, to be honest with you though, Snakes doesn't need to do anything other than just roll the 7 up to the 3, play the deliberate foul again. Because if he goes for a kick to hit this 3 and brings it into play, he may well just be giving the rack away. I would just play the deliberate foul. Well, he's done that. I don't know whether he intended to it, but he's hit the 9. Now, is Slim going to try and get 3 fouls here? He could try a combo up the rail with the 8 ball. That's a bit ambitious. But he could cut the 3 onto the 8 and with inside right spin the cue ball over behind the 4. Well, that's now in a very dangerous situation for Slim, because now we've got a money ball hanging over the middle pocket and Slim has got to be extremely cautious now. And that shot there's completely changed it, because now Snakes has got control. He's got Slim hooked behind the 6. Okay, he can jump the 6, but can he get enough pace in this 3 ball to play a bank shot with this kick? Or this jump shot, I should say. Well, that's what he's tried, and he's played a good one, and he's landed very nicely on the 4. But he has to get everything here to get back within 1. Well, this is definitely no miss territory, because you cannot afford to miss a single ball here. Everything's a money ball after this 5 ball. Now ideally, he wants the cue ball up here somewhere for this 8 ball. He doesn't want to be playing the 8 ball from here and having to run up the table and down. Wants to get top side of this 8 ball so he can cut it in and drop down. And that will do it. Can just spin off there. And so after that safety battle, it's One Pocket Slim that gets it back to within one, and with the break, and the winner to play Bedhead in the next round. And Christian has beaten Wanma 4 racks to 2. And Slim's break looked fairly heavy and softish, but a ball has gone in. The 5 ball has gone, and another result through. Dom has beaten Bankster 4 racks to 2, so the one loss side is moving nicely along. The whole tournament's moving nicely along, which is all the better news for me. It means I get to bed earlier. Now, of course, Slim has had the 5 in the break. Oh, that's a good shot, because that was a narrow margin to get that 1 ball in. Gave it every opportunity with the pace. Now 3 ball hanging over the corner, so that isn't a problem. The problem is the 4 ball, and how does he get on it? Because he's pretty much dead straight. He's just playing a draw to try and get behind the 4. He's actually overcooked this. Yeah. I mean, I much preferred leaving it in the open and being able to play it up the table there. Now he's in between shots on this 4. Either into the corner, well, the obvious shot to get on the 7 easier is into the corner. And now he can drop onto the 8. Oh shit, I forgot about the 6. Too busy looking at the 7. Well, same thing. Just needs to go. If he goes close to the rail, he can pot the 7 and drop on the rail behind the 8. I think he's gone a bit straight in this. He's just going to have to stun it. I think he's straight again. Yeah. He's going to try and kick it in and spin up the table. He's overcooked it though. You see, he just overcompensated with the spin there, and he's now got the world famous bedhead cut. But this to square the match. In goes the 9. And Slim with a break in rack number 11. Well, the break is most certainly dry. The Snake's just looking at the push out, and Slim more than likely going to put him back in. I mean, he can jump this to hit the 1, but why should he? He's just giving it back to Snakes. That's not a bad shot. That's actually pretty good. Got the hit and got the cover behind the 3. And I think Slim's gone, has he? I don't see his cue. I think we've got a disconnect here, I think. Yep. Now the question is whether Slim's got to see that shot. From what we've seen, the fact that Snakes has played the jump and got and left it safe, that might not necessarily be what Slim's actually got on his screen. He might still be waiting on Snakes playing his shot. I saw something in the unusual thing in the BBC weather the other night there. I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but the forecaster was about to give us our weather, but he actually told us about the weather in the States, you know, in the southern states. I don't know whether you're still there, Larry. You can probably tell us, because it's not often our BBC weatherman mentions the US. Unless it's unless it's like a blizzard or something like that. But he mentioned about severe thunderstorms and twisters a couple of nights ago. So I don't know whether they came to light. We never heard anything else in the news about anything bad happening, but according to him, the forecast was pretty grim. But anyway, Slim has arrived back, and he now sees he has to kick and hopefully get safe. The cue ball is going to drop in. So, ball in hand for Snakes, and the problem ball is the 7 right next to the 8, and Stubb been taken all the way by Chase one around, who was probably getting 5 and out or something against him. Stubbs won the final rack in that one. He certainly was. He was getting 5 and out, and Stubbs got through 4 racks to 3. That was a toughie. Well, this is the one to get. It's a big risk to play this 4 and try and break the 7 and 8. All depends on what line he has onto this 4 ball, because he's going to have to, well, maybe check it with a wee bit of inside left just to make sure he comes up this side of the 4. Might not need that much though. Well, he's not got there. That needed to be up the table another couple of feet. So now he's going to have to run around to get on this 5 and end up playing it at distance. At least to miss the 6, and that makes it even more awkward. Well, Snakes now has the dilemma of this 7 ball, because he's really awkward in the 6. He's dead straight. Oh, good evening. I never noticed you there, Shane Chambers. Oh, I am forgetting about it. 6 and out. Forgotten about it again. That's twice tonight. I usually forget about it a lot more, but I forgot about the handicap again. So only needed the 6 ball. Well, he's got the lead, and what's more, he's got a ball in the break, but he's hooked on the one. Now the danger, of course, for Snakes here is he has to play a good safety here, a good push out, because whoever pots the one ball. Now I wonder whether Slim is going to try and play this. I would push it back. I would give this back, because he can't see enough to pot the one, I don't think. Well, I'd need a lot more convincing, so he's pushed it back to Snakes. Yeah, that's very thin. Chances are he's running this one ball between the 9 and the 7. He needs to watch the cue ball though. Yeah, it's gone between the 9 and the 7. And now, well, Slim has got the bait. Now, can he get enough of that one ball to make the cutting angle on it? Well, I don't think he can. He's just looking to lock up the cue ball. Once again, he could have done with be getting that tighter to the 7. There is an enticement there for Snakes to try and jump that. And Slim will be quite happy if he doesn't. But there's many a player would jump that 7 ball and probably pot the one. Because that is not tight enough to prevent the jump. Oh dear, that's a disaster. And that is a sore one for Slim. Because Snakes, that's what happens with 6 and out, or 7 and out, or 5 and out. There's that many money balls on the table. He's got the hit with the escape, but the cue ball has billiarded onto the 9 and ran it in, and he wins the match by 7 racks to 5. There you go. Stranger things have happened. Right, so we are well on our way in this tournament. We've got Snakes through and waiting to play the winner of Spectre Dawn and Shooters Pool Pro. We'll go in and see that match, because Spectre Dawn is now 6-4 up. Shooters Pool Pro's getting 6 and out, the same as what Snakes was getting. And Spectre Dawn at the table. Well, I don't know whether he could see enough of that one, but obviously he couldn't, because he's missed the pot. And the commentator's curse entering the room has been the undoing of Spectre Dawn there, and never fail. Well, that kiss in the 4 is now going to force Shooters Pool Pro, if he's got a jump stick, into trying the long jump over the 4, and there's plenty of room to get there, to play the pot from the 2, the combo onto the 5, and in goes the 5. Needs a bit of luck though to see this 2, and I think he can see an edge of it. And if he gets that flush, he might be able to chip it in. Well, he's not attempted the pot, just looking for the safety. So once again, this 2 ball's going to decide the rack, or decide the match for that matter. Shooters Pool Pro just needs to get to that 7 ball, and that's a, well, that's an awkward one to actually play a shot and get safe from, and not actually leave something open for Shooters Pool to play a a good safety himself. Now is he going to try a reverse bank on that? Well, I'm sure I was speaking to Yama when Shooters Pool Pro was in the lobby a few nights ago, or last week, whenever it was, unless he's got two profiles, because that's who I said it was from the beginning. Well, now here's the bait shot in the 2-ball, because that's almost on the middle diamond, and that's a good guide for playing the single bank or the double bank up the table. It seems to be all the fashion nowadays, having double accounts when you're not meant to. When it's written into the code of conduct that you shouldn't have any more than one account, and everybody's at it. No, he's not interested. Once again, this is an awkward one, because although Spectre Dawn isn't hooked, he can only see half of the 2-ball, and it's awkward to run off the edge of it, avoid the middle pocket to try and get distance and good cover for this 2-ball. This is not easy. That middle pocket is in the way of getting distance for this cue ball, and he's avoided the middle pocket, but has he left the combo? Well, he's left. Well, this is going to be more than bait for Shooters Pool Pro to have a go, but this to get back within one. And in it goes, and that was the awkwardness of that safety shot that Spectre Dawn had there. He was very limited in what he could do. Ah, well, you've got to remember though that Yama, since he was in that last big tournament he was in fact the last one I can remember him in was the 9-ball one. He's been away at Shooters Pool. He's been playing an entirely different game to this one. So he's got to get used to this again. But anyway, he's back within one, but Spectre Dawn at the table, and well, he should be out. He should be through. The big problem, if there's going to be one, is getting from the 8 back down to the 9. Needs to bounce. See, this is now where things start getting awkward, because the cue ball has got to run to get onto this 7. Not the 7, the 8 I should say. And that will do. So Spectre Dawn looks as if at the moment he's going to go all the way. So he wins the match by 7 racks to 5. And we can get the bracket up. We'll now see that Spectre Dawn, I can get this to work, is now, well, it'll update in a second, but he's now through for the hot seat match to see who gets to the final, and it's taking a bloody while to update. There we go. And in the other match we've got Bedhead, who's 1-0 up against Snakes, who's getting 6 and out. And meanwhile, on the one lost side, we've got Stubb, who's waiting on the winner of the match between Columbus and One Pocket Slim. And One Pocket Slim and Columbus are 1 rack all, so we'll nip in and we'll see that match. Well, the thing is that I would say, as far as a 9-ball World Championship is concerned, it's going to be a lot tougher for Cobra to, be able to utilise and benefit as much from good positional play as you would in other games. Simple reason is that there's obviously 9-ball, there's less balls on the table, there's more room to manoeuvre, and the fact that you can pop balls a lot easier in this game. It's less likely that I think it's more an open tournament from that point of view. That's the problem with 9-ball. Especially, of course, it's winner breaks and jump queues are on. It's a much taller order for somebody to win tournaments back to back, because there's far too many good players. But consistency will generally win through in the end, but not just, again, it's not about potting balls. It's good strategy when it's plain good strategy when it matters and when it counts. There's an awful lot of an awful lot of one-dimensional players in the tournament as well, who they only know one way to play, and they're going to fall by the wayside eventually, and the cream will float to the top as usual. There will be the odd shock here and there, no doubt about that. And that 7-9 combo from Slim gets him into the lead. And Columbus is player 1 and he's getting 7 and out. And meanwhile Slim's potted the 3-ball and the 6-ball in the break. No shot in the 1, but he can certainly get distance on it. Try and get down into this corner. Well, he's banked to 1. And well, now that he's got the cue ball down to this end of the table, is he going to have a go at the 7? Too risky again. When your opponent's getting 7 and out, you can't go leaving a money ball hanging over a pocket, so he's played the right shot. And the 9-ball World Championship is, in all honesty, it's the best chance that Stubb will have of winning a tournament. It's been a long time since he's won a big tournament. I would doubt it. I think he's still in a huff from withdrawing for the last one. just because there was a bit of leg pulling going on, he couldn't handle it, and he took the pussy option and quit the tournament like a big girl. And I hope he's listening. Anyway, it's ball in hand for Slim. He'll be running for cover again though. I still have my doubts as to whether Mal will turn up. I don't think he's got the inclination to hang around for these tournaments. I think you know, if he ever enters a tournament, he'd much rather be over in the night rather than being an NRT style. Even if he does turn up for a match and he wins it, I would have my doubts as to whether he'll stay the distance. Well, in goes the 5. Can he see enough of the 2? No, he can't. He's got himself hooked, or pretty much hooked. Well, if Mal plays, that's Cobra's biggest problem. That's everybody's biggest problem. Well, Columbus has kicked to 2, but he's kicked it into play. And, well, Slim's problem now is he's going to have to try, well, he's trying to drop this into the middle. It's going to be really thin. And he's going to have to run the cue ball as well to get it out for the 7. And he's played that well. Well, Slim going out to a 3-1 lead, but this match can turn oh so quickly. All it needs is a couple of errors for Slim, and all depends. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Columbus play. I don't recall ever seeing him. I might have watched him in a match at some tournament at some point, but mind you, I can't even see where he's from. The bloody chat covering it up. I can't see his flag. Anyway, so I don't know how capable he is, because we've yet to see that. But Slim's at the same stage everybody is that's given a like 6 or 7 and out. You just cannot afford to make mistakes at the business end of the rack, because you're only gifting the rack, provided your opponent can take that opportunity if he gets it. But we've yet to see that. Well, you see, the thing is, first of all, anybody who has an account on Virtual Pool 4, on their profile, the first thing you have to do is to check the boxes so that you get emails through. That's the first thing you have to do. And so that you get, oh dear, that's going to scratch, and that's the mistake I was talking about. Cannot afford to do things like that, because that gifts it to Columbus. Yeah, basically, if the first thing you've ever done in Virtual Pool 4 when you've created your profile is unchecked all the boxes to make sure you don't get any what you think is junk mail through from VP4, then if you've done that initially, which a lot of people have probably done, then you don't get any notifications. The other reason is if you totally checked all your boxes so that you do get notifications, you would benefit. But the only reason you would benefit if anybody at Celadus actually sent you out a notification to let you know the Virtual 9-Ball World Championships was on. And that's never going to happen. If there were anything like Shooters Pool, you'd be getting notifications every second week to let you know that big tournaments were up and running. You don't get them. Because there's nobody taking any bloody initiative at Celadus. That's just got me on a rant again. Meanwhile, Slim's made his mistake, like I was talking about, at the wrong time during the rack. Scratched the cue ball, gave ball in hand to Columbus. All he had to do was run the 8 ball in, and it's an easy win. And I think Columbus was getting... Well, I think he was trying to run that 8 ball in, and Slim is going to have to be really careful again, because he's got no shot in the 3. He's played the bank. Has he got cover? Yes, he has. Because that 8 ball is hanging over the middle pocket and anything can happen. And the problem for Columbus is he cannot get to that 3 ball, and he's got to just play a lock up here. He's leaving himself open to 3 fouls. He's going to be conceding control of the table to Slim. But he can't get to that 3 ball. He can't get to the jaw past the 6. Well, that's one of his... that's one less ball for Slim to pot. But not having disturbed the 3 or the 9, then Slim can just, if he can get room, he can punch it up the table and go for the 3 fouls. If I was Columbus, I would put the amp on and have a smack at that and just hope I kissed into the 8. Because he's really back against the wall in this rack. Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. If you're getting invites through from a game that you've signed up to, or you were part of, you know, it's because you're on the mailing list. But the way I look at it is that Shooters Pool are actively encouraging you to come to the place. It's like putting anything in the shop window. If you put it in the shop window, you've got it for sale. You're letting customers know that the product is available. There's nothing like that happening in this place. There's never been anything like that happening. There's no mail shots go out at all for any reason whatsoever. And then we wonder why Shooters Pool sit with 100 odd people in the lobby. Just does my head in. We saw a game that I spoke about. I've got a video on my YouTube channel from however long ago it is. Go and find it. When Shooters Pool was in alpha phase. And in alpha phase, I tested Shooters Pool back then. And that was, you know, that was while Virtual Pool 4 was out. And that was a long while ago, and we wondered then whether it would ever come to the light of day, and we didn't think much about it then. And look where it is now. It's overtook Virtual Pool 4, the game that we all thought was the best game that there ever was. It can't be that good. It can't be the best for that reason as to why there's more people in Shooter's Pool than there is here. So if the product, by our opinion, is not better than this product, then there has to be something else that's different. Maybe it's the way the place is run. Maybe it's the fact you can create your own tournaments. Maybe it's the fact that products to buy, the add-ons are a lot cheaper. Maybe it's because you've got a lot more choice. As far as that goes, you don't have as many choices of games, but the games that are there are the prime games that everybody plays. So there's something that Shooter's Pool's doing right that Virtual Pool is doing wrong. So Slim, again, he's left himself under pressure here at the wrong time during the rack. He's got a difficult 5-ball. And that's what happens. He's hung the 5. He's left a gift for Columbus. Now the only problem here is Columbus is going to have to just run off the jaw, because he's dead close to the rail. He's going to have to run just off the jaw, just chip it left hand side. And that's left him a slightly more awkward cut into the middle. Well, I think, I don't know where most of the nationalities come from in Shooter's Pool. I haven't really studied that, but I would imagine there's a fair portion of Europeans playing it. I would imagine there's very, very few Americans playing it, because that's always been the same with Virtual Pool 4. And Slim made the 2 mistakes at the wrong time during the 2 racks, and that's what's cost him the match. And Columbus is through, and Slim, well, he's going to have to try again next week. Columbus wins the final rack decider. And meanwhile, back over on the winner's side, well, first of all, Columbus is through to play Stubb from that win. And the match on the winner's side, we've got Bedhead at 3 racks all against Snakes. Snakes getting 6 and out. And Spectre Dawn waiting to play the winner. So the tournament's now been on for just on 2 hours. And no sooner have I joined the room, but the commentator's curse has done it again. It never fails. Snakes has hung the 6 and gifted Bedhead a chance to take the lead. Got to get down past that 9. Oh, he's just got there. But he's going to have to run up and down, I think, here. Yep, got to let this run. Now, well, here we go again. It's the old Bedhead cut. Just exactly the way he likes them. And again, he's went to the well once too often. You can't get them all. And it's a gift for Snakes. I mean, I'm surprised that, well, man, when you think about it, again, you know, what was that game? What's that game? Star Citizen. That game went to, what is it you call it? Where I'm trying to, I've totally forgotten the wording again. But where you the crowdfunding thing that they did. I think that game was probably, I think it is the one that's had the most donations through crowdfunding, like millions of dollars that it's had. And I was thinking, what if VP4 did something like that? But then again, there just would not be enough. There would not be enough input for sort of crowdfunding to try and develop the game more, or make it more widely known. I don't know. I think we're well past that stage. I think we just have to make. We're long past the situation where anything's going to happen here. We're just sitting watching. We're watching two. Well, I presume they're brothers. We're watching two brothers who were in Virtual Pool 4 and went away and thought, well, we can do something better. And they've done it their way. Us dyed in the wool, or dyed in whatever you want to say, virtual pool players who have been playing the game for 20 years in various forms. We're stuck to our guns. And prefer Virtual Pool 4, but I just don't know why we don't have as many people here. I just think because, I think one factor, and I've said this as well, is that people have the game the way they want it. There's one aspect of the game that I don't like in Shooters Pool that they seem to be keeping, but people who play, I've said this before, people who play Virtual Pool 4 and who bought the offline version, they play the AI players and they can have the tracking lines on and they can have all the aiming aids they want, but when they come online they are frightened away. They're frightened away by the fact that they can't play the game the way they play it offline, and that's where the big difference is with Virtual Pool 4. It is a big step up for a lot of new players to come online and find that Virtual Pool 4 is a lot more difficult online for inexperienced players than it is offline. And in Shooters Pool you can have tracking lines in your room, you can have whatever you want, and you can have exactly the same as you have it offline, and Virtual Pool 4 doesn't offer you that. And that's maybe where Steve's gone wrong. He's taken off the angle guide that you have offline for playing jump shots. You don't have that online, so you're asking players to come online and step up to the next level when a lot of them aren't ready to do that, and a lot of them get frightened away. Whereas Shooters Pool's more encouraging that you can have the game the way you like it as you play it offline. Maybe Steve needs to look at that. Maybe Steve needs to open his mind a bit more to that side of his game, to try and attract more punters to be encouraged to play online more. Anyway, I could write a list the length of my arm, but I have no inclination nor the patience to write down those ideas and suggestions, because I don't think they'd be paid any attention to. I don't think anybody be bothering their arse. I think he's got it the way he likes it, and I don't think he wants to change anything to make anything better or to make it more appealing or anything. I'm blue in the face talking about it. Good evening. Oh, there's Semi-Pro arrived. I thought he'd retired and given up the game. Yes, Simon. Well, I don't know, Simon, that's the thing I don't know. I don't know if they have moderators. You'd need to maybe talk to Fluke, who's there. He plays there all the time. You need to ask him. I don't know, because I'm not there. I don't spend any time in there. Because you'll need to change your name, Semi. Semi-Gratis Pro. I honestly don't know. I don't think they are. They don't have moderators, from what I can see. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any moderation in the chat. If there is, it's maybe like the two brothers are hidden in the chat sometimes. I don't know. I honestly haven't a clue how they operate as far as that goes. But any time I've been there, there's not an awful lot of chat going on. I mean, the thing is, it's got timestamps on it, so you can see when the last time somebody said anything. Anyway, Bedhead and Snakes tied at 4 racks all. I'm sure there's been loads of people over the years have sent emails to Steve, and you know, long rants with stuff that they would like to see done. I'll tell you. Will I tell you something that would make this place a lot better? Being able to set your own tournaments. That's the first thing that would make things a lot better. So the fact that Shooters Pool come up with that idea, that's stolen the rug right under Celera's feet. The tournament system was set up in such a complicated way that at first only Steve could understand it. And it's, you know, there's been an awful lot of work put in to set up the tournament system, but it was set up so that only a few people could use it. Shooters Pool, I could go on there right now and I could set a tournament and have it up and running in, you know, 5 minutes. Oh aye, there is custom tourneys, yep. You go in at the right time, you'll see them. You'll see guys posting in the chat that their tournament's up. Plus they've added funds into the winners pot, into the tourney pot. I did that, as I say. I've set one tournament on there, I set a Friday night 9-ball, and I think I added like, I can't remember, I think I added either 300 or 500 virtual coins, or whatever you call them over there, into the pot to be shared, during the, with the payout in the tournament. And it went fine. Full sign-ups, it went ahead. But I've never done anything like that since. Well, Stubb is marching on through the one-loss side. He's beaten Columbus 4 racks to 1. So he's hanging in. And meanwhile, Snakes with 6 and out just needs to get this 3 and somehow hold for the 4. And now he has to leave an angle in this 5-ball. He can't leave it bolt straight down the rail. He has to leave an angle to get out for the 6. And he's got the angle. And Snakes taking full advantage of the 6 and out handicap. He's got Bedhead back against the wall, leading by 6 racks to 4. And the break is dry, but the 6 ball's locked onto the cue ball. So nothing but the push out. That's the other thing I've moaned about before as well. I still think it's ridiculous that he signs, that he sells, he still sells Virtual Pool 3 on the website with nowhere to play it. I think the big mistake he made was not incorporating Virtual Pool 3 online along with Virtual Pool 4. Because I'm pretty certain that there's a lot of us, even though the game is a better game than Virtual Pool 3, I'm pretty certain a lot of us would go back and forward to play Virtual Pool 3. Certainly Stubb would. That's a guarantee. He'd be doing that no problem. And I think the big mistake he made was not having Virtual Pool 3 online as well, because to be selling a game in 2021 and the only way you can play it is LAN is ridiculous, in my opinion. I just think he made a big mistake not offering that service to his customers who buy the game in good faith and find they'll get nowhere to play it. I think that's just a sad oversight. He's still selling it for $10 on the Celerus website. And what poor person's going to buy that and find that they can't meet up with people to play it? Maybe somebody's been away for the game for years and suddenly find Virtual Pool 3 still in sale, and they still think that the GameSpy lobby's available, and they turn up, they buy the game and find out that ain't happening. So I think Virtual Pool 3 should have been part of the launch when they set up the servers. Right, I'm finished ranting, because I honestly would go on for hours and hours and hours about this. It just frustrates me every day I come here. So it does. It depresses me. It depresses me even more every time I get into Shooter's Pool and see how many's in there. So annoying. But good luck to them. They've got a better chance of staying the distance in this game, I'll have. Well, you get 2 chances of that happening. Well, Bedhead fighting to hang in. He's going to need another 2. Well, it looks as if Semi-Pro ain't signing up then, guys. Well, Bedhead gets the 1 ball in the break. Well, he's played the push out. I don't know that that was maybe the wisest of push outs. If he gets this with inside snakes, he can come over past that 3 ball and 7, having Bedhead in trouble here. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, if he just cuts that 2 and misses the 3, he can have Bedhead in trouble. Well, Bedhead can have snakes in trouble now, because snakes needed to get full cover on that 2 ball to gain control, and he hasn't done. And if Bedhead can get right around, and he hasn't done either, so it's going in swings and roundabouts here. I think I'll tell you something, the last 9 ball virtual world championships I played in, I think I played Albinario, and was it in round 2 or round 2 or round 3? And I was in the lead, and then I fell apart like a cheap suit. Well, that's not strictly true, Simon. That statement that you've made there. And that thing about only being in English, that is not strictly true. Maybe the offline is. Although the question is, though, the offline game is always connected to the internet anyway. If you're not connected to the internet, the offline game won't work. Am I right in saying that? Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. But I was, aye, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking about the website. Hang on a minute. You go to the. I see there. I probably can't see it from my little. What do you call it? Yeah, if you go to the little box in the bottom corner, you've got all the languages there. So, obviously we're on English. You've got a whole list of different languages there that you can choose, and it will change them all into the language. But in terms of you can play the offline without the internet. I just didn't think it ever loaded up. Right, let's put that back to 30 seconds. And the other thing as well, Simon, is if you go to Shooter's Pool, it's only in 2 languages, from what I can see, Spanish and English. Well, I think it's one big step forward if you have the option for different languages for the online. There's no doubt about that. That was the one big improvement, to at least offer the option of different languages for the online. It might help people navigate a bit better when they stumble across the website, as far as that goes. Well, I mean, Virtual Pool 4 had everything going for it. From the fact that it's from a long-established developer who's been making these type of games for more than 20 years, that's going to scratch. So it had all of that in its favour. But where Virtual Pool 4's fallen down is in making people know that it's out there. That's been a big letdown. It's the financing to actually to let people know the game's there, the investment on that side of it. But from one point of view, is it really worth going to those sort of lengths when there isn't that big a market for this type of game? Not when you consider that millions are still playing Half-Life and bloody, what do you call it, Minecraft and all of these other games. Good evening, Silver League hero. And meanwhile, Snakes has taken advantage of the handicap, and he wins the final rack decider, 7 racks to 6, so he is in the hot seat, if I'm right in thinking. And Bedhead moves across. Sorry, no, he's in the hot seat with Spectre Dawn, that's right. And Bedhead moves to the one loss side. And so now Bedhead is going to be playing Christian. Meanwhile, we'll jump in to the stub match, which may well have just finished. No, it's not. We've got Shooters Pool Pro 3-0 down in the race to 4 against Stub. And Shooters Pool Pro getting 6 and out. And that match from the one loss side. What the hell's happened to Bedhead? What's happened here? That was a quick forfeit. Oh, right, never saw that there. Good night, Mark. Oh, Bedhead's in the lobby. I wonder what happened. Anyway, Stub is through. 4 racks to 0. What the hell happened here? Oh, Bedhead said he's got the COVID, going to bed. Well, that's strange. Right, well, in that case then, well, we've got somebody still asleep in that last room between Stub and Shooters Pool Pro. We've got Snakes and Spectre Dawn going at it. For the hot seat match. Right, so I presume I'm in the right room. This is a match between Stub and Christian. And Christian has arrived, and he's going to be getting 5 and out against Stub, I would think, with a 15-14 rating. So Stub's got to be careful. And not only that, Christian has to pot a ball now and again. Well, I'm surprised Bedhead disappeared so quickly. I'm surprised he never said he wasn't feeling well when he was in the chat. Anyway, here we go with the lag. And Stubb wins the lag. So here we are, race to 4. Stubb breaking off. The brake is dry. And Christian is getting 5 and out. So Stubb needs to be really careful, but Christian needs to be able to pot a ball now and again. That might be the big problem. Oh, there he is. After missing out in last week's tournament, going all the bother of signing up to this one, and then pulling the plug. I thought you'd more stamina than I had. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, and I should be in bed. Anyway, Christian's got a 2-5 combo, and he's missed it. This is what I'm saying about, you know, players of this level, like Christian, who's getting 5 and out. He's got to be good enough to be able to take at least one chance like that on that combo. Well, if you aren't feeling well, then yeah, get yourself out of here and get to bed. You've got to get fit. You've got, what, 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks? How long is it to the virtual 9-ball World Championships? I'm losing track of days here. What day is it? Is this the 19th? Or is it a week tonight? It's a week tonight, isn't it? It's next week. Yeah. Aye, this is the 19th, so a week tonight is when the damn thing starts. Yeah, Christian is, even with 5 and out, Christian's good. The only way Christian is going to get a ball here is if Stubb makes a silly mistake, and actually Christian can pot one of them. We are definitely talking about rookie level player. I don't know what games Christian plays. Whether he does, it doesn't look as if he plays a lot of 9-ball. But if he does, it doesn't look as if he's winning many. So he's going to really struggle to get anything out of this match. But he's got everything there to help him getting 5 and out. So Stubb off the mark. And a couple of balls in the break. And well, no real shot in the 1. What went down? We lost to 4 and we lost to 8. And Stubb has got a fluke. I mean, if it was man flu, he wouldn't be able to type. Stubb looking at the combo in the 3. I don't know whether he actually played it or not there, but in the end it's actually worked out as a good safety because he's got cover in the 2. Oh dear, oh dear. You know, for players like Christian, they can be twice the player they are if they employed some level of strategy about their game. If we concede the fact that they're not experienced enough to be potting balls and stringing balls together and learning the tech, have enough of a skill level to be able to implement what they know on that cue ball in order to string balls together, then the other part of the game they can bring into it is a strategy, is a safety element. That's something that can be worked on a lot easier than actually the technical side of potting balls. And this is something that a lot of players simply don't have or don't look at. Because you have to accept that in any type of competition, there's going to be all sorts of different levels of players. So clearly Christian's got a lot to learn, but he can help himself in one aspect of it, and that's by working on a strategy. Well, when you get lucky shots like that, you don't need to work on anything. He's got his stub locked up. And there's no immediate danger here for Stubb because there's no money ball near a pocket. And Christian's now got ball in hand and he can play the 1-6 combo to get a rack on the board. He'd probably be easier playing, I don't know whether it'd be easier playing the 5. Yeah, he might have been easier playing the 5 as a combo into the middle. Let's have a quick look. So we've got this match going on, and we have Spectre on 2-0 up against Snake. Snake's getting 6 and out, and Snake's not getting many opportunities to use that 6 and out by the look of it. Yeah, Stubbs made no effort whatsoever to get that better cue ball touch. He's solely reliant on being a potter, which for a long period of time and in challenge rooms is fine, but when it comes to actually producing the goods in the big tournaments, he's been left short because of it. He's been found out because of it. Even though he was in a close final with Vinces in that 8-ball one, I think it was 8-ball, or was it 10-ball? I've lost track now. But anyway, he still came up short. he's still relying on bringing off pots that he shouldn't really been having to do. It's just like a bad habit. It's like smoking. It's a habit that he's got into doing all along. Got away with it a lot of the time, and he's just played the craziest shot you'll ever see there. And he's got careless, and he's gifted a rack to Christian, who, provided he can roll in a straight 7-ball, will be on the board. But he's playing too loose most of the time, and relying on digging himself out a hole by pulling off crazy shots. And over the distance, it just will not pull you through. But he's been told where he's going wrong often enough. And when you match him up against the guys that are being more consistent to the deep end of the tournaments, there's the one aspect where he does fall short, and that's tighter positional play. But as I said earlier, this tournament coming up is his big chance. It's his best chance of winning a big tournament is the 9-ball one, because he's got everything in his favour in terms of there's only 9 balls on the table. He's got plenty of room to run that cue ball, and he can pot a ball. So that's where he has everything going in his favour. There's obviously that bit of luck involved, but sooner or later that'll run out, and he'll get found out, and he'll get caught out because of his loose play. Well, now he's going to have to bank this 4-ball. And I don't know whether he can avoid hitting the 6 by doing that, which doesn't guarantee him he's going to be anywhere near this 5. Well, he's stunned the 6 out the way. He can lock Christian up here and put him in trouble, which is what he should be doing. Although he may well go for the pot into the middle. And this is where he's taking a risk, because he's thinking Christian won't come back and do anything. Plenty of room. So Christian's going to need some more help and assistance from Stubb, because the only rack he has won was from that scratch by Stubb, giving him ball in hand on the 7-ball. This time Stubb's broke, 5-ball has gone. He's had a blast, he's knocked a 4-ball in. He's going to be running the cue ball loose off this 1. Probably running in close to that 7-ball. Now, 3-ball goes past the 6. He's went for the bank in the 2. He's missed it. Well, Christian, if ever you're going to concentrate and focus, it'd be now. Pot the 3. And somehow get that cue ball off the bottom rail. Well, he stunned it onto the 8. That's a good shot. That's a lot better than I thought it would end up. And a 6 ball for a second rack. So, Stubb on the hill needs one more, but Christian with the break. And something flew into the corner. He's going to have no shot in the 1 though. We've lost a 3 ball. Well, he'll take that. That's a bit of good fortune, but again, that's got Stubb in trouble. He gets the hit. But Christian's got a shot in the 1. Good evening. Good evening to all the latecomers. We are a week away from the virtual 9-ball World Championships. I think the draw is at what, 7 o'clock, or the bracket will go up at 7 or something like that. And at the moment, unless any more have signed up, there was still 19 places left on the tournament for anybody that wants to sign up. Stubb just squeezing that 2 ball past the 9. And the 7 ball is going to be a problem because it's very close to the 8 and it needs a good shot unless Stubb's going to take the risk here. Well, he's trying to make it awkward as possible, but Christian's got a shot in the 5. Now let's see how he's aiming at this. In goes the 5. Where's the cue ball going? And there we are. We are in a final rack decider. And Stubb blaming the mouse again. That's twice tonight he's blamed the mouse. And Christian with the break. Oh, look at this. Look at that 7 ball. The 7 ball's hanging. The 6 ball's going in. It'll get respotted. But look at where the 7 ball is. It's just asking to be nudged in. And Stubb will take care of that now if he's got any sense about him. He should be nudging that 7 in. Well, it's interesting that Stubb has blamed the mouse twice tonight. Maybe he's been tweaking the sensitivity level a wee bit here and there, and he's just not quite used to it. But anyway, he's got his chance to win the match, and it's no miss from here on in. Cannot afford any other mistake. Who's already gone? Alright, I see him. I've just read what Mooncakes wrote above. Well, this is the one that's going to decide it, you would think, if he can get on the 6. And he's going to have to get on it. Well, I would think that Christian's got himself in the money anyway. We'll have a look at the bracket and see what he's got. He's bound to have got a payout. Well, it's going to be a 9 ball from distance, but just roll the 8 in around the angles and out, I would think. Well, Stubb has battled his way through this one loss side. And he's still in. He wins the match 4 racks to 3. Right. So he's now waiting on, obviously, the loser of the match between Snakes and Spectre Dawn. And it's looking pretty good for Spectre Dawn. He's 5-1 up. Snakes getting 6 and out. Well, if it goes as it looks like it's going to go, if Snakes ends up over in that one loss side to play Stubb, it's going to be a different match there, because Snakes is a lot more capable of potting a ball than Christian is, and Stubb will get punished. Well, Spectre Dawn, the 2 ball in the break, but no shot, so plays the push out. Now Snakes has an invitation here. I don't know whether that was maybe the wisest choice there either by Spectre Dawn, but he's put the ball into Snakes' court. Is he sober enough to run these balls up to the 6 ball? We're about to find out. But Spectre Dawn's taking the risk that he isn't. Well, there's where Snakes has failed. He's left himself way short in this 4 ball. Needed to be another 1.5 foot up the table to play this 4. And needs to watch that middle pocket. Big danger of the scratch. Yeah, when you end up getting yourself that far out of shape, you're going to run out of pots eventually. And so it's worked out for Spectre Dawn. He has his chance to get himself through to the final again. Probably this is his 3rd final out of the last 4 weeks or something like that. Something along those lines. Well, slightly the wrong side of the 6 here, and this 9 ball's in the way. This is where it could go wrong. He needs to get a lot of dig into this cue ball here. He's taking a risk if he runs to the 9. Well, he's managed to spin in behind it. Again, wrong side of the 7. So it's either around the angles, got lots of running in the cue ball, avoid the 9. Well, he's hit it, but he's got the thin cut. So it's going to be Snakes that's going to be meeting Stub. And Spectre Dawn can go and have a coffee. And what I'll do is I'm going to join the room, they're going to start, and I'm going to go to the bathroom. That's what I'm going to do before my bladder bursts. So, Spectre Dawn on the winner's side all the way through to tonight's final again. Let's have a wee look and see. Yeah, Christian lost that match against Stub, but he's come out with a profit. He's come out 15 $V up. Sorry, not 15, 45 $V up. 195 is guaranteed, so not to be sniffed at. So Stub is now going to be playing Snakes, and the room is up. I'll get myself in, and we're waiting on Snakes arriving. I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. Right, I'm back. Right, so where we are, where are we, I should say. Well, Snake's getting 6 and out again. And we've got a messy table here. No, there isn't a huge echo. You're the only one that's getting an echo. Everybody else is hearing it fine. Right, good evening. Thanks for watching. I haven't had anything for, what, is that nearly 2 weeks now? It can't be far off that. Stub going to try and line up the bank here in this 9-ball. Looking to play the cut across the 7, I think. I don't know whether he's trying to cut the 7 into the pocket. But to me it'd be far easier to play the bank in the 9. Now he's went all out for the cut. And he's got it. It wiped his feet 2 or 3 times. But that's the type of thing that, you know, it can pull shots off like that, but when that's your one main line to fall back on all the time, you will run out of these shots eventually on these bigger tournaments. Well, that doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't necessarily need to be Stub, it can be anybody. You know, this is why the better players get better position. and take that type of shot out of the equation most of the time, or more often than not. And if somebody like Mal's playing in a tournament, that's the one thing that he'll be able to show is that better movement of the cue ball. So Stubb up 1-0, and well, not necessarily wide open. The question is getting from this 4 to the 5. Now, what's he trying to do with this 5? I mean, is he trying to kick it in off the jaw onto the 8 and drop it into the pocket that way? What's he trying to do? I don't know that that's what he tried to play. Somebody would have to convince me different. Now, when you say Matt, are you talking about Stubb, or are you trying to say Mal? Because that could be a typo. Well, Stubb signed up to the... Mal signed up as well. As I say, I've got my doubts as to whether he will play though. But he signed up. Oh dear. Stubb now got himself in an awkward shape in the 7. And that's going to bounce nicely for the 9. No, I'm not signed up to it. Nor will I either. That's what we were saying earlier on. The last time I played in one of them was in Virtual Pool 3, and that was, if I remember, as I said earlier, I might be wrong, but I'm sure the last person I played in the Virtual 9-Ball World Championship in Virtual Pool 3 was Albinario. In fact, to be honest with you, that was the last person I played in 2 tournaments. It was Albinario in the only 9-ball one that I can remember playing in, and I'm sure that was either round 2 or round 3. I had the lead early on and then I fell apart. And then the other time I played Albinario in the Virtual World Snooker Final, and he beat me 18-16 in that. But a lot of water has passed under the bridge, and a lot of well, a few years have gone by as well. The eyes have gone. The eyes were bad then, but they're worse now. So, Stubb, 2-0 in front, Snakes at the table. But I don't think he's got a shot, or has he? Yes, he has got a shot. He's going to have to play this gentle though. He doesn't want the 3-ball to disappear again. That 3-ball could easily bounce off the bottom railing and just end up nowhere with no shot. He's got to let this run in. Well, he's okay. It's fell into place in some sort here. But he's going to have to just dig and hold the cue ball for the 5. I'm not convinced that's the best line for this 3. Is that the best potting angle for that 3, the way he's lined up there? Well, that's why I never thought it was a good line. He's not lined that up anywhere near good to pot that 3. He's got to be on the baby. I mean, his eyes are seeing all sorts. He certainly never saw the line for that pot, because even with my eyes, I could tell by looking at it he wasn't lined up on it properly. And it's given Stubb a free go, and he gets a nice kiss on the 6. Well, it's looking like it's going to be a Stubb Spectre Dawn final, and it should be a scratch match. The finals are race to 9. Where's this cue ball ending up though? Is it going to spin up far enough? Not quite. Well, first of all, I've never saw anybody called Silver League Hero in the Virtual Pool 4 lobby. So if you're a Virtual Pool 4 player, you're obviously under a different pseudonym to what you use in the VP4 lobby. English Steve, never heard of him. And Stubb gets the pot. Where's the cue ball? I think he's okay. So Stubb win. No, he's only 3-0 up. I'm thinking that was the final rat. I'm getting excited there. Oh, I've seen that name earlier on tonight. Kerosene. So it's a dry break from Stubb once again. There's no real shot other than a combo here for Snakes. Again, nothing easy. But he's gone all out for the pot. He might have been better going for the combo because he's hooked himself in the 2. He's going to have to jump out of this. Tournament's now been on for 3 hours and 5 minutes. And with these two guys, presuming Stubb gets to the final, I'm jumping the gun here, but presuming Stubb gets to the final, it shouldn't be that long a final, I would imagine. It'll move along pretty swiftly. But this match isn't over yet, if Snakes can get to that 6 ball. See, even with that shot there, I would have ran right through with the cue ball to the end rail and back out over to the left hand side to make it an easier shot in the 6. He's left himself just short on the right hand side. Now obviously he just needs to pot the 6, but he could have left it easier. So 1 rack on the board. A long way back for Snakes though. Oh dear. Oh, it's straight to bed after this is over. Well, this time Snake's break was dry. Stubb has the 1 ball as a starter. And the only thing that could be the problem, well, it looks like very likely the problem, could be the 4 ball, but it passes the 8 from this side. But look where the 3 ball is. The 3 ball's at the other end of the table. So Stubb now is lying perfect on the 3 to get right up the table. Well, we know that it cuts. It certainly doesn't go into the middle pocket, but we know that it goes past the 8. But look at the type of shot he's going to have to play here. Well, I don't know what is that, a legal shot? Oh, it is. Well, that's amazing that went in, because I certainly didn't think it would get into the middle. That proves I'm tired. Yeah, Snakes is half cut by the sounds of it, or what he's typing. Well, now he's pushed the 8 ball upward. Although if he gets right into the middle of the table and can roll that 7 in, he should be pretty good for the 8. Well, he basically wants anything but straight, so he can come off that rail just next to the middle pocket and get back across to the 9. Well, that's a bit straight. He's going to have to punch this if he just wants to punch it off the rail and come across. Yeah, he didn't go into that with much meat for fear of rattling in the jaws, so now he's left himself the awkward cut. But this for the match to take him through to the final. And in goes the 9, and home goes Snakes. Stubb wins by 4 racks to 1. So we have our final this week, folks. And Snakes will take $260 home. Well, he won't take it home, it just goes straight into his profile online, but that's his tournament for this week. And so we have the final between Spectre Dawn and Stubb. We'll get right in. And Stubb's keen to get on with it because he's already in the room. So here we go for the lag. So Stubb has won the lag. He'll break off. And it's a race to 9, and it is a scratch match. No handicaps. 7 balls gone in. He could be using that 5 ball as a big pocket to bank that 1 off the end rail in past the 5. Plenty of room to do it. Big pocket, but he's actually... Is he going to fluke it? Yes, he has. Fluked it, and he's landed plumb in the 2. Well, don't let Stubb ever say he doesn't have any luck. So with the help of a fluke, having gone for the bank with the 1 ball past that 5 ball into the bottom left, and then fluking it into the middle pocket, he gets the first rack on the board. Now, who are you addressing that question to, Kerosene? I'm certainly not vaping. Oh, no, no. No, it's like I said last week. If you're going to give up smoking, then you're going to do it for a couple of reasons. You're going to do it obviously for your health and for financial reasons, to save money. But you're not going to take something else as a substitute that costs you about just as much money. So it's one way or not at all for me. Total abstention and nothing else as a substitute. It's cold turkey. So Spectre Dawn has got his chance to respond. And well, where that 3 ball is making it awkward. He's going to have to maybe use the jaw. I don't know whether he can even do that comfortably. He's going to have to play the draw, because that 3 ball was well in the pocket. And has he got far enough to cut the 4? Yes, he has. No, I can sit here. I can sit here hand on heart. I've not had a cigarette since I ran out. I'm sure it was 2 weeks ago. It feels like that now, last Tuesday. Or is it just 10 days? It might be 10 days that I haven't had any, but I ran out on the Tuesday and I've had none since. But I can tell you I've had lots of times where I've wanted one. Especially after dinner. Now, in the past, when I've been in that situation, and I've been maybe on my day off and I've ran out, I've gone for maybe, 3-4 hours without one, and then finally given up, and then just went straight into the car and round to the local store to get them. But the worst time for me is after having something to eat. It's like part of a meal, as far as I was concerned. As soon as I've sitting in front of the TV, finished my meal, got a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, the next thing I would have would be a cigarette in my hand, and settle down and watch the TV for an hour. And that's when I get the biggest urge to get a cigarette. That I'll tell you the other thing I've said to people at work, to one of the guys that smokes at work, that I got a terrible, and that's when I was smoking anyway. I just got a terrible urge to have a cigarette as soon as I put the mask on, because you're obviously wearing face coverings at work. And breathing through the mask, your airflow's restricted slightly, and I just got a terrible urge for a cigarette when I had the mask on. It was just a weird feeling I had. Every time I put it on, I just feel like an urge for a cigarette. So we are all square. And this is this week's Friday night 9-ball final. The tournament's been on for 3 hours and 18 minutes. And 1 rack all with Spectre Dawn at the table. He should be out, we all know that. And can he get down onto this 5-ball? Well, he's taken his medicine, he's checked the cue ball, and he's made his mind up it's going to be the 5-9 combo. Now with this shot you have to just get the line for the 5. because the 9 ball will do the rest. And in goes the 9. And it's 2-1. Well, this time the break looks dry. And we've got a proper mess here. Oh dear. But it's a good safety from Stubb. Not a difficult kick shot from the right rail. Although, is that 7 ball in the way? No, it's not. You can certainly... See, the thing is, if the angle's not quite there, you can check it up with left English to square the cue ball up to make the line to go to that. He's trying to jump the 7 to get that one, but he could have actually hit the rail with left-hand English, because the left-hand English squares the cue ball up. If you don't put the left-hand English on it, you're going to miss the one, because the cue ball would go there, but he chose to jump instead. And, well, he's given Stubb a chance, albeit a slim one, because the 5 ball and 9 ball are locked up, so Stubb decided it's far easier to play a good safety, and he did the right thing. The sensible shot. But it's just funny how Spectre Dawn didn't risk playing the left-hand English. He would have rather jumped to make the angle. That's going to be clean all around the 1 ball. So once again, Stubb has got the dilemma. He can obviously pot the 1. He can get down onto the rail to get the 2, but it's going to be really difficult to try and do a run out. It's a lot easier to go for a 3 foul. And if you're going to go for the 3 foul, you've got to get them tight. You've got to take the jump shot out of the equation. You've got to force the opponent to go to the rail. And Spectre Dawn has got no room over that 4 ball, so he's going to have to look for a line to get to this 1. And again, that must be the 3rd foul, isn't it? There you go. And that was the right strategy that Stubb played there. The table was ugly. It was not good for attempting a run out. It was far better the way it was set to be playing good, tight safeties and snookers and forcing the 3 foul. And so the match is all square. And I have to say, that shot there by Spectre Dawn has not worked out. Once again though, the 4 ball is awkward. Well, Stubb's taking a big risk getting a breakout on the 4 and the 9 from that shot, because it's left him awkward in the 2. And again, it's putting pressure on himself to dig out these shots. Well, this is a bit of an in-between shot. If you drop the 3 into the middle, he's talking about either running onto the 9 to hold for the 4. Yeah, that was a big ask to try and drop onto the 9. He's missed the 9 and he's gone square in a 4, so really all he's got is a half decent safety. He can get behind the 8 ball from this. He can use that 8 and 7, but he would have to get the cue ball tight to prevent Spectre Dawn using the jump stick. Well, I don't think he's prevented him because the 7's not in the line. The 8's the only blocking ball, and there's plenty of room to get over that 8. And it's going to be a fairly easy escape for Spectre Dawn. However, he may well want to just try and cut this 4 along the rail towards the 6. Get the cue ball back over to the right. He won't have a lot of pace in this at this distance. Well, he's actually got more pace than I thought he would, and he's actually ran it off the rail. And all he's done is given Stubb a free go. I thought it would have been better to try and get that along the rail towards the 6. Use it as a bit of a blocker. But Stubb will have the problem of getting on the 7. Provided he can get half decent on the 6 off this 5. Anything but straight, and that's not a great position. He's got a lot of work to do with the cue ball. He's trying to run it through with some spin. That is not bad. Couldn't have played it much better than that. So Stubb goes into the lead by the odd rack. Well, I think we weren't far off 4 hours last week. It was just short of 11 o'clock that we finished. We still might not be far off that, just depending on how these racks go. So the break from Stubb has come up dry. Inspector Dawn looking for a shot, but he's not got anything. You can see the 1, but can only see just half of the 1 ball, which makes it even more of a problem in getting it safe. He can go really thin off the left side, try and get in behind the 6, but if he leaves it very thin and not a lot of movement in the 1, he'll leave it open for a pot. And that's probably the best he could have played. But there's not a ball tied up here, so essentially this is a 1 ball rack. Whoever can get that 1, get on the 2, they should be out. Oh, that might be a mistake. I don't know whether he wanted to run into that 5, but he's got away with it, maybe. Can Spectre Dawn? I don't even think he's going to risk jumping this at this distance. It would probably go off the table. Well, he's got the hit in the 1, he's got the rail, but he's left a very thin cut for Stubb. And Stubb's got it far too thin. And now Spectre Dawn has his chance. Well, 6 ball hanging over the middle, so again, like we said, whoever gets the 1 ball should be out here. Well, this is going to be a run off 2 rails. Well, he's way short with pace here, Spectre Dawn. Way short. I mean, that's at least 2 feet, 2.5 feet short of where it should have been. And now he's got the reverse bank. Or is he going for the thin cut? Well, I would reverse bank that. A chance if it misses, it will knock the 6 in the other pocket. I don't fancy the thin cut down the rail. Cue ball's going all over the place. Now he's gone for the reverse bank. But he didn't. He didn't hit it hard enough to give it that second chance, and it caught the point. He's almost got away with it. I say almost because Stubb can thin cut the 4. I don't know whether he can get a glance on the 5 at the same time and bring it into play. Well, he's gone all out for it and he's fluked the 9. Would you believe it? And all of a sudden, there is a 2-rack gap. And that's 2 great big strokes of luck that Stubb has got. But who's counting? And he's also got the 7 ball in the break, and he's landing pretty straight in the 1. 2 balls not going anywhere up that end of the table. Trying to get back far enough to drop it into the middle. And as long as he cuts that into the middle gentle enough, the cue ball will come back out and across to give him a sight on the 3 ball. Well, he's drawn the cue ball, pretty much got to where he wanted to be in the 4. It's all about the position on the 5, because that 6 ball isn't going past the 8, and there's a narrow gap to get on the 6 ball to take it into that corner, so it is a big ask, this shot. Now, the line that he has here, he can pot the 5. Now if he wants to, he can try and get the line down this way. Well, he's went for the bank. He's decided he's going to leave the bank for both of them. Probably the wiser move, considering that he can try and keep the cue ball down the bottom end here with this bank for the 8. And he's played it well. I mean, that shot I was talking about was a tall order to get into the gap, to get on that 6. But 2 banks in a row, and that 8 ball, and this 9 has given Stubb a 3-rack lead. With the aid of some luck though. But as I've always said, it doesn't matter about the luck that you get when a ball goes in. It's what follows up from it. It's taking advantage of it, and Stubb's done that. And now he's going all out for the thin cut and the cue ball running loose. And he's on the 3. Now, who are all these people in the room? Well, there's me and there's the 2 players. Who's the other ones that are all in here? Oh, Sakul. Sakul obviously doesn't know that I stream Friday night 9 ball. Or the other thing is, he's got the Greek flag, I think, so he probably doesn't speak good English and probably has got no chance of understanding a word I'm saying. That could be another valid reason. Meanwhile, Stubb building up a big lead here. 5-2 up on the 8. And on the 9 for a 6-2 lead. And this is the type of thing, the only thing at the moment the Spectrodon can fall back on is actually just getting a Stubb getting a dry break and Spectrodon getting a shot. But even now that he's got a reverse bank 1 ball, the 2 balls going nowhere. So I'm looking at that 2 and 8 to see if it's a combo. But big risk to play the bank, so he's looking for the safety. He's split the 2 and 8 with that shot. And Stubb has got the hit, but he's left a chance, a very slim one at the moment for Spectrodon, because again that 2 ball, although it's gone up the table, it is obviously going into the corner pocket, but the angle that Spectrodon's got here means he's going to have to run up and down the table to get there, and he's not going to be hard enough. He's way short. That needed to get up the table another couple of feet. Now he's looking at the angle on it. He could still play a reasonable safety here. Again, when you're trailing 6-2, you don't want to get that desperate you start doing silly shots. Well, that's maybe going to entice Stubb though, because that 8 ball's been kicked out the way by the 2 and it's left a possible 2-4 combo. I don't think Stubb will be able to resist it. Oh, he is. Oh, he's got the double kiss on the 2 though. He didn't plan for that. Now, what about this 3 ball? Yeah, the 3 ball goes past the 9, so this is a big visit here for Spectrodon. Got to get on this 3 and got to run out. Well, the unexpected double kiss there for Stubb, I think it surprised him as much as it surprised me. And it's a little opportunity for Spectrodon to pinch one back unexpectedly here. And again, he should be out. He just needs to... Now, does he want to stun this in or does he want to run it? I think running it in is a simple one. He needs to bounce though. Oh, I'm telling you, my brain is shut down almost completely. I'm barely awake here, guys. Whoever's still there, if anybody else is still awake watching this. I'm hanging on. We are, what, 3 hours and 36 minutes into this tournament. Well, I'm... half of my body's asleep. So, Spectrodon was given the chance there by Stubb, and he's taken it. The 9 ball goes in the break, it gets respotted. Spectrodon stays at the table. The 1 will pass the 5 and it's no, I'm not off tomorrow, I'm at work, I'm up at 4:30. I'm in tomorrow, I'm in Sunday, I'm in Monday, I'm in Tuesday. Started back at work today after my 2 days off, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm heading for the sack straight away. I'm out the door as soon as this is finished. But with a reminder that the bracket for the Virtual 9-Ball World Championships should be up next Friday. And then I think a couple of days later, the Sunday morning, the clocks go forward 1 hour next week. We then move to British summertime, which then means that Friday night 9-ball starts at 8 o'clock, so to speak. And as I say, if that doesn't get changed, and it never has been changed, not since I stopped doing it, but if it doesn't get changed, then Friday night 9-ball will be out the equation as far as streaming it, and it probably will be for as long as the Virtual 9-ball World Championships on, because I'm hoping to get a fair few matches of them in over the next couple of weeks. Well, once it started, that is. So Spectre Dawn is on the comeback trail. He's trailing by 3, 6-3 down. He's not sitting ideally on this 5-ball. And he's hung the 5. Had to play it with that pace to get the cue ball off the 2 rails to come back across for the 6. Well, that's what you're hoping for. Don't count your chickens, pot man, because Italy's just went into its 3rd lockdown, and the other thing is that the figures that came out yesterday or today were showing that all areas of the UK were going down except Scotland. Scotland went up slightly as far as the R number is concerned. But as I say, Italy's gone back into its 3rd lockdown. Their numbers are starting to go way back up again. And numbers will start going up here if folk just go on like idiots, which most people have been doing whenever the restrictions have been relaxed. I mean, the first thing I did after I heard the sort of the relaxation coming in, I went straight on to Facebook and booked an appointment for the 7th of April at 9 o'clock in the morning so I can go get my head shaved. This is the longest my hair's been in 30 years. So, Stubb increases his lead again. It goes to 7-3. He's 2 away. But Spectre Dawn is at the table. At the table with a chance where he's just simply got to be out. No excuses. Well, the Italian, I mean, I haven't seen the figures for Italy, but theirs must have shot way up over the last week to 10 days, which is why they've reacted by going in lockdown again. And Germany as well. What was coming out of Germany wasn't too promising either. That'll probably on the BBC News website. Italy's certainly on lockdown, and Germany's not heading in a great direction either. So, Spectre Dawn gets one back again. And of course the only way he's going to get back into this is getting a ball in the break and running out if he can. And it ain't happening by the looks of it. And what's more, he's left a 1 on for Stubb. The 2's over the bottom corner pocket. The 3 ball is awkward. I think there's a new game that's going to early access before the end of the month, and that is the one by TML Studios, the same company that made Fernbus, Coach Simulator, and the Tourist Bus Simulator. They're bringing out a game called The Bus, which is set in a 1-to-1 scale city of Berlin. That is coming out, I think it might be the 26th. That seems to ring a bell, but it's certainly over the next week or so before the end of the month. It's coming out in early access on Steam. Well, Spectre Dawn, I mean, he could try the combo to 9. He's gone for it, and in it goes. And he's back with another rack, just trailing by 2 now. And the 2 ball thought about going in again, but it hasn't, and the break's dry. And once again, the annoying thing for Spectre Dawn is the break's dry, but his left stub landed on the 1, and the 2's in as well. Although, well, he hasn't got there for the 3. I don't know whether he looked at that 3 to see if it went past the 4. It certainly doesn't. But he's got the next best thing. He's locked it up for Spectre Dawn. I was messing about with the BT, the hub configuration page, and I've got it set where the hub lights go out at a certain time. I've just realised there, I was looking at my hub and I noticed the lights are out. The blue light is out on it, and I've got it set where the hub light goes out at a certain time of night and comes on at a certain time in the morning. So that if I wake up during the night and I look across, I don't see this bloody blue light catching my eye. So right now the hub light's out. It's completely dark. Meanwhile, back in tonight's Friday night 9-ball final, race to 9. We've got Spectre Dawn at the table, trailing by 2, and trying desperately to get back within 1. Now this is a little drop in on this 5 to get good on the 6, and he'll be good on the 7 after this as well, because that's a perfect angle. Just to punch it in. He's actually punched it in too well. He wanted to be staring that into the middle pocket, in all honesty. He didn't want to be playing it long. But he's got it clean. And now he's the wrong side of the 8, but he can go as far up the table as he wants and get himself straight as he can to roll this 9 in to be back within 1. Well, we are not going to be far off 4 hours. It's 3 hours and 48 minutes at the moment on my clock, and it's 7 racks to 6 for Stubb. And this time Spectre Dawn, well, he's got a few balls to break, shall we say. The 2, 3 and 4 have gone. He's got a shot in the 1. And the awkward ball is the 6. But the 6 will go if you can get good on it. It's very tight past that 9 ball to get to the 6, but it will go. Although where Spectre Dawn is finished is really tough. I mean, he can cut the 5. He's got to play it pocket weight and get the weight in the cue ball to come up for that 6. Yeah, that was a tall order. And now he's left the angle for Stubb to run into this 6 and 9. Now he's got to hope he gets lucky though, if he's going to do that. No guarantee he'll be on the 6. But no, he's decided he's getting position on it, and that is pretty good. But is he going to draw off this? Just to leave himself the cut in the 7? Yeah. The angle was there just to get to the 6 and no more. And that was the other thing earlier on tonight when everybody was signed up to the tournament an hour and a half before it started. Was it Chase won around it arrived and was talking about asking Tin to increase the sign-ups. Tin was then going to take a note to increase it to 32. You can't have 32 in a Friday night 9 ball. It'll go on for hours. I mean, we're almost 4 hours with 16 in it, and you're pretty much guaranteed to be near enough 4 hours, 3.5 hours to 4 hours every week. Not even with 16 in it. We've had tournaments in recent weeks with like 13 in it, and it still goes to near enough 4 hours. So you can't increase it to 32. If anything, have 2 tournaments and run them side by side, but definitely not have a race or a tournament with a 32 bracket. Not saying that there'll be 32 people sign up for it, but I mean to have even 16 then 20 odd or whatever, far too many. Well anyway, Stubb has got himself within 1. Spectre Dawn is within 2 of Stubb, but as a tall order now, it's no miss. Good evening. You're a bit late in the go, but you're right at the business end of the tournament. We've got Spectre Dawn trying to land on this 3 ball. I don't know whether he has done. He has just got there. That kiss in the 5 almost done him. But it is definitely no miss pull from here on in for Spectre Dawn. He's run into the 4 hoping to get lucky. It's not really worked out that great. It is tough. That's a good shot. Under pressure, that was a good pot. Well, what's wrong with the PC? I think he's wrong side of the 8, is he? Yeah, just he's going to pinch it a wee bit here with a bit of left spin to try and come off the rail and come across. Has he quite got there? Well, this is a test of this one on this 9 ball. This is tough to stay in the match. Cue ball's okay, the 9 goes in, and he's back to within 1 with the break in rack number 16. But yet again, it's another dry one, just when you want a ball in a shot. And what's more, Stubb has got the thin cut in the 1 again to get him started. Well, that angle that he's got in the 2 is only going to bring him left side of the 3, which if he could drop right down onto that middle diamond would leave him a possible combo in the 3-8, but I don't know whether he can get there. He would need to maybe put a wee bit of helping English on it as well, helping left hand spin to try and punch the 2 in and force the cue ball across. Well, he's not doing anything much with the cue ball, I don't think. Let's see if it's going to run. Well, he's run into the 9. But again, he doesn't have to risk the combo. He can play a good safety here, a lock up on that 8 ball. Well, he's hit it. I thought he'd almost hit it too hard there. He's okay. And it immediately has Spectre Dawn in trouble under pressure. Not a difficult kick. But the only sort of lifeline that Spectre Dawn could have with this is the fact that the 5 ball's awkward. Well, he's got the hit in the 3, and he's got it safe. He'll take that. That is not a bad outcome. And Stubb has got the hit. He's not left anything obvious on here for Spectre Dawn. And I don't know whether he can see enough of that 3. He's just trying to use these balls as cover. It was awkward to be able to run away from the 3, so he had to send the 3 up the table. Again, it's not difficult for Stubb to hit this. But it's all going to hinge on the 5 ball. It's locked up with the 9. So it doesn't matter who gets the 3. It's getting from the 4 to the 5 that's the problem. Well, he's got the hit. Almost got the split in the 5 and 9 with that 3. And Spectre Dawn might be the first player that's going to have an attempt to get anywhere near this 5 ball. Well, that did everything but go in. And Stubb comes to the table with a problem getting out of that corner pocket for the 4. And he's probably only going to have a safety on here. The possibility of getting anywhere near to making a split in this is very slim. Well, he's got left-hand English to spin into that short rail and back up the table, and that's why he's missed the 4. But no harm done. Well, I'm looking at that now. The obvious problem is this 8 ball is in the way, but well, Spectre Dawn's now got the fluke. He's fluked to 4. And he's got a split in the 5 and 9, although nothing's left on. but he's going to have to get a good safety here, a little nudge in the 5 and just brush over to the rail and just use the 7 and the 9 as cover. Well, Stubbs going to give this a full boon, a big blast off the side rail onto the 5 and hit and hope he gets lucky. And he scratched, so, and look at the 9 ball, look at the 9. We're going all the way, folks. It's 8 racks all, and Stubb is not happy. So here we are, 8 racks all, and Spectre Dawn breaking in the decider. And the 1 ball goes in, it got kicked in, it has to be said, and he's got a cut on the 2 onto that 6. The 3 balls down over the corner pocket here, the 4 balls get into the same pocket where the 6 goes, the 5 is over the pocket. Well, the problem is the 7. That's where the problem lies. Well, in fact, the problem's a lot sooner than that, because he's blocked himself off in the 2. Now, he can get enough room just past that 4 to chip the rail and chip the 2. So he's back in business here. He should be out, Spectre Dawn, but the big shot is going to be from that 5 to the 7. Bearing in mind where that 9 ball is, that is just a hindrance where it's sitting. It's always in the back of your mind when you're trying to play the shot to get down here to the 7. So the obvious safe route is over the right hand side, the shorter side of the 9, the 7 ball, to get sort of here to be able to cut it, because there's the 8 ball there. So we'll see how he goes about it, because if he starts coming down this side of the table, he's got to get really low here to make sure he can get past that 9 ball, which can interfere. Well, he's gone in the short side, and he's done pretty good to get there. That is a good shot. Well, thanks for watching, guys, and I hope you can join me for some of the matches, and hope I can get some of the matches in the Virtual 9 Ball World Championship. But as soon as this is done, I am gone, and I'll bid you a good night. Take care, stay safe, wear your mask, keep your distance, and all the rest of the stuff. But Spectre Dawn with the 9 ball for the match. And in it goes, and that was well done, considering he was behind all the way through the tournament, all the way through the final. So that is it, guys. I will see you later, and I'll bid you good night.